Here in the forests of beautiful Bavaria lies one of the most spectacular circuits in the world. This is at Pro Kart WACKERSDORF Raceland. It's the second of 4 rounds for 2026 on a beautiful springtime day. Good morning. We welcome you to WACKERSDORF for round 2 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy, presented by WSK Promotion for the 3rd year out. Now, it is the second of 4 rounds. From here we go to Genk in Belgium, the home of champions, and then the championship final at Trinec, the steel ring just over the border, ironically enough, in the Czech Republic. The first race, the first round of the 2026 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy was held on a rain-soaked Cremona circuit in Italy. Certainly very different conditions that we have to today. Before we do race the first of our 6 pre-finals, starting with DD2 in just a moment, let's check out what did happen. Round 1 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy at Cremona in Italy. It was a fantastic start to the 2026 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy, a particularly scintillating Senior Max final when Nick Trabach won and lapped everybody up to and including 5th place with a strategy that worked out brilliantly. Well, we won't have a repeat of that this morning because the sun is shining. We're already up to 21 degrees Celsius and expecting 4 or 5 more than that today. The first of our 6 pre-finals in just a moment for the direct drive 2-speed Rotax category. That's DD2 together with DD2 Masters. They'll be coming out onto the circuit in just a moment. We wait for the word from our race director, Mr. Alessandro Ferrari, together with Deputy Race Director, Mr. Philip Trombeck. Perfect conditions here at this 1.2 kilometre WACKERSDORF Pro Kart Raceland circuit for round 2 of 4, the 2026 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy, presented by WSK Promotion. Ian Silvestrin with you in commentary, delighted to be joined once again by Zach Sweeney. Zach, good morning. Welcome to beautiful Bavaria. It's a magnificent day as we get ready for the first of our pre-finals this morning.
Yeah, it's probably the most picturesque circuit I'd have to say that I've been to thus far, the Bavarian Forest. Absolutely stunning. Let's run you through the grid for the first of our 6 pre-finals this morning. Jakob Bežel, reigning Euro Trophy champion, will be alongside Ragnar Virus on the front row with Donica and Leo Baccalini off the back of a podium at his home circuit in Cremona. Completes row 2. Behind that, you'll have Knud Nielsen alongside Edgar Vilkans on row 3 with Antoine Barbaro and Nicholas Pico, the first of our DD2 Masters, completing row 4. Tenchuk won't be joining us after suffering some rib troubles yesterday. He would have been alongside Leon Mandel on the 5th row. The Austrian still will complete the top 10. Fritsch from Christensen on row 6 with Mooring and Michael Resina, the race winner last time out at Cremona, starts 14th for the pre-final from Norbeck. Wout Kerstens alongside Len Nys, Bende Szabo and the Slovakian of Schigel alongside Nasha on the 10th row of the grid to complete the top 20. The 14-lap DD2 pre-final that we've got. Behind that, of course, for the 11th row of the grid, it will scroll through in just a moment. We'll have the likes of Nicholas Guillaume and Frederik Jules Sorensen just behind these guys there. They're running their way around on the formation lap, getting themselves up to temperature, although they're not going to need too much of it. This guy doing plenty for that one. As you can see, Sorensen alongside Guillaume with Jort van Vick and Jan Pinto on row 12. Hjorvad from Cucicillo and Videra from Govertoni, Bezese and Hashisho completing the top 30. Very inexperienced is the Qatari driver, but definitely making some good headway, making some progress and making his way into the pre-final after suffering a crash late on in the heats yesterday. Roger Francesco, another one of our DD2 Masters, alongside Pasadin on row 16. Jaeger, Kusak, Kaminski and Mac McGilvray completing the 36 driver field that we've got for the first of our 10 total races today, the first of our 6 pre-finals. Pretty star-studded lineup. Jakob Bežel alongside Ragnar Virus on the front row. We've got a Euro Trophy champion. We've got a world champion completing the front row. Should be a good race.
Certainly, we've actually had some really good racing this weekend. If we're honest, last year it wasn't so much the case. But after 21 heats yesterday, 12 on Friday, we have been entertained. Most notably, the Mojo rubber being painted onto this circuit. Yes, Jakob Bežel, Vice World Champion, Euro Champ. Craft Motorsport, it's a Lando Norris car to the left of your screen. The Kartletics of the Estonian. Ragnar Virus to the right. We welcome you to the Kingdom of Bavaria. DD2, the pre-final. Up to the line, Bežel, the Czech on pole, accelerates. We race. From neutral, flicks it into first gear, accelerates hard. Up into turn 1, Patrick Donica goes through into second place, the KSB Birol Art, as they go to the highest part of the circuit for the first of 14 laps. Underway with DD2 and the 6 DD2 Masters drivers, the first of which is almost, of course, Nicholas Pico in the 517. Sodicat, he told us after he took pole in the Masters category, that is not his priority, it's not his concern. He wants to fight outright. Remember, Nicholas Pico has special leads into turn 11 from Patrick. The pole trying the outside of the Czech. Now gets the run up the inside. Will take the lead as they crest the rise for the first time and complete lap 1. Nice pass by Patrick. The KSB Birol Art leads the Kartletics. Birol, should say Ragnar Virus has fallen back to 4. It is the Craft Motorsport. Lando Norris card of Jakob Bežel in second. Yes, Nicholas Pico. There is the French veteran on screen. Grand Finals champion, French champion, also KZ2 national champion. It is not his concern to win Masters. He led outright at times in 2025. He's the first Masters driver, currently in P10, just behind Valentino Fritsch, who is in P9 on his home circuit. So it's Patrick Donica with the race lead from Jakob Bežel. What a start from Leo Baccalini. There's the Italian in P3, make that P4. Because Nielsen shoots up the inside. Nice pass for the Danish competition team. RS competition of Ralf Schlunsen. Knud Nielsen goes through in P3, will be making his debut next week. We'll get back to that in a moment because he sends it up the inside. Baccalini fights back. All the while, Patrick, the pole, skips away with a lead of half a second. It will be more than that. As you look at Baccalini, yes, Knud Nielsen, 401, will be making his debut next weekend at Misano in the Italian Formula 4 Championship, which is, of course, presented by WSK Promotion. He'll be racing with the Real Racing team of Constantine Rialiano. There's Nielsen, 401 on the grid next week. We're expecting a record entry for the first round of the 2026 Italian F4 Championship. This is the second round of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. It is Donita from Baccalini. There's Nielsen on the back of Leo. Mandel, Jakob Beschel from pole slips back to 5. Vilkans, Antoine Barbaro Viras from grid 2 back to 8. Michael Rosino, remember he won the first round at Cremona with a brilliant drive. He's in P9, and Nicolas Picol, P10, and the first Masters driver. Zach, we just got a glance on the side of the circuit of a couple of drivers out. Will Christensen, most notably WK, the 444 of the Dane, parked on the side of the circuit. Christensen is out. Patrick with the lead from Leo.
Indeed so. The pole getting a fantastic launch, and again, just really hitting the ground running. It was a slow start initially for Jakob Beschel on the front row. They were crawling their way to the line before he started to accelerate. It caught Ragnar Viras out, who the Estonian suffered a couple of problems over the course of yesterday that he's been desperately trying to sort out, and since it's been dropping back in the pack. So far, some good progress, though, for the Dane of Knud Nielsen as he's making some headway down the inside as well. Goes the 499 of Leo Mandel, one of our pole sitters over the course of the heats on Friday and Saturday. Fell back in the pack after an early DNF in his final heat yesterday. Is looking to fight back from what was P10 on the grid, and has now worked his way all the way into the top 3, up 7 positions and knocking on the door of Knud Nielsen. Meanwhile, Patrick Denitza running away with things up in front, really bringing some good pace into this morning's action. Jakob Beschel, same cannot be said for the reigning Euro Trophy champion. Pole position, currently down 4 places and running 5th. On to what will be the 6th lap of racing as we tick our way closer to the halfway park. It's Denitza from Nielsen and Mandel, all of them up net position. Then comes Leo Baccalini off the back of a podium last time out in the rain-soaked Cremona. Jakob Beschel, Vilkans, Michael Rosina, our race winner from Cremona, up 7 places from 14th to 7. You can bet that he'll be fighting forwards both through the pre-final and into the final. Barbaro Pico, the leader in Masters from Ragnar Viras. An awful start for the Estonian. Potentially some technical problems still plaguing him as he drops 8 places down to P10.
Half race distance off the first of our pre-finals this morning. Patrick with the lead of almost 2 seconds. It's 1.7. Back to the Dane Nielsen. Then Leo Mandel, who did set the fastest lap just a few moments ago. 8:49.674. Only he, Nielsen, and Jakob Beschel, who's pulled back to P5 after not the best start. The only drivers under the 50-second bracket so far. Although Patrick just puts in a 49.6. And now William Norback with a 49.577. In P11 ahead of Viras, who's fallen back to 12, ahead of Bender Jabor, the Hungarian, the former Euro champ as well. Here's Christensen's card on the inside of the circuit. He's out. Valentino Fritsch, Shigol, Len Nice, the first of the Belgians. Jan Pinto from Israel, Nicole Kian, the second Belgian, Horvath, and Hamza Hashisho. Fabulous start from the Qatari, who took victory in the Mini Cup at the Middle Eastern Nations Trophy. Has already made up 10 positions ahead of Arta Widwa and Patrick Nasher. Look at the lead from Patrick. Across the line at 98.4 kilometres an hour. Exactly 100 for Leo Baccalini. The Italian in P4. Also with experience in WSK, in OK. You may recall at Adria International Raceway, Adria Karting Raceway, the much missed Adria Karting Raceway, on his debut in the WSK Super Masters Series in OK in a Czech Republic, actually won his first heat in an OK race in WSK competition. Has moved to DD2 Racing. Baccalini, 469 in P4, just ahead of Jakob Beschel. It's Vilkans in the first of the Slotty carts. He's the Latvian. Michael Rosina from grid 14 up into P7, head of the first Masters driver. There's Nicolas Picol in the background now, just coming under the bridge. Nielsen, P2 from Mandel. Leon for the Birol Art KSB Austria team. This is Nielsen, 401, the team from Denmark, the driver from Denmark, here in Bavaria, Germany, on a beautiful springtime morning. Patrick from Poland, 1.7 seconds clear on lap 9 of 14, DD2 and DD2 Masters. The first of our 6 pre-finals here this morning.
Just over half race distance now. Lap 9 of 14, soon to be 10. Patrick Denitza will lead us through. Knud Nielsen following through, matching the pace actually. The top 4 all within the same 1/10 of a second of each other. A 49.585 going the way of Patrick Denitza. Fastest lap of the race at the moment set by Leon Mandel. That's the battle we're following there. The 4:01 of Knud Nielsen, the Dane, being chased after by the 4:99 of Leon Mandel. Like I say, has been blisteringly quick so far this weekend. Has Mandel currently sits P7 in the overall classification, and thus will provisionally be P7 on the grid for later on. However, if he does find his way through and up in a second, that'll tip him onto the 3rd row of the grid, provisionally alongside Ragnar Virus. So the stakes are there, and also the championship points at the end of today will be halfway through the 2026 Euro Trophy season, and well, with 55 points up for grabs for both the pre-final and the final, every position does matter. Right now, the swap for 3rd and 2nd will be worth an extra 2 championship points for Leon Mandel, which of course doesn't seem like a lot, but will definitely go a long way in his bid maybe to finish as high up as possible and, well, maybe go for glory. Lap 11 of 14 thus far, not really too much happening in the battle between Knud Nielsen and Patrick Denitza. They have got the space to do so. Not really. Sorry, Leon Mandel and Knud Nielsen, Patrick Denitza running away with things up in front. They've got the gap to the race lead, about 1.8 seconds, so I think catching him is a bit of a far cry. But behind, they've also got Leo Baccalini chasing them down, about 6 or 7 tenths behind. So Mandel may be aware of that, not wanting to jump the gun too quickly, start a battle that then ropes in more people. Then he's got more of a headache to worry about. Baccalini, though, will see these two and, well, we'll effectively be wishing for them to start battling so he can reel themselves in and get involved. Jakob Bežel, though, not really the pace that you'd expect from the Czech driver. And with just 3 laps left to go, he's not got long for the Craft Motorsport driver to make the difference. He's closing in, though, and a P4 still absolutely doable as we still track this battle for 2nd. Knud Nielsen versus Leo Mandel with 3 to go.
Ragnar Virus down in P12. He took pole position on Friday with a time of 49.781. William Norbeck with a 49.428 just goes by, takes Nicholas Picot for P8 behind Michael Rosina, so they're faster than qualifying now. You can see the rubber line, the Mojo tyres working nicely here on this 1.2 kilometre circuit. Patrick from Nielsen, the gap, 1.9 seconds as we start the penultimate lap of the first of our pre-finals here this morning. Nielsen from Leon. Baccalini in the background from Jakob Bežel. Vice world champion, the Czech from just over the border. European champion as well, Edgars Vilkans. Michael Rosina, Norbeck, fastest driver on the circuit. Picot, Hannes Marin. Barbaru, Ragnar Virus down in 12. From the 7-time national champion, the Hungarian, Bende Jabor. Len Nyes, who was 2nd on the podium in the season opening Winter Cup in Campios. In the south of Spain, also another driver with experience in WSK, OK, NKZ2. He's ahead of the Israeli Jan Pinto, Valentin Fritsch on his home circuit 16th. Chigol, Horvat, Nikol Kiam, and Hamza Hashisho, the Qatari, on debut in Europe, now into the top 20. We start the last lap of the race. Patrick Denitza will win the pre-final here this morning. He'll start grid 2 as it stands alongside Jakob Bežel for the final this afternoon. Jakob Bežel, P5, but that will be enough just if he holds on to it on this last lap in defence from the Latvian Edgars Vilkans for Bežel and Denitza to start the front row of the grid for the final. Leo Baccalini in the background. He's P4 at the moment. He'll start inside 2nd row alongside Nielsen. This is the race leader, inevitably to be the race winner. He has 2 corners remaining. The KSB Birol Art team from Austria, multiple national and international champions, with their Polish driver here in Germany, rounds the final corner to take the checkered flag. Patrick wins it. It's grid 2. The pole will not start on pole this afternoon. That honour will go to Jakob Bežel. That honour, I should say more correctly, that right. He has earned it. But Denitza wins the pre-final from Nielsen, Mandel, Baccalini, Bežel, Vilkans, Nordbeck. Picot, P8, the first Masters driver. Michael Rosina from 14th on the grid up to 7th, but fades to 9th at the final. And Hannes Marin in P10. Roman Jaeger, the German, 2nd Masters driver Ahead of Bortese, Dimo Francesco passing in. And the final Masters driver behind Mirko is Gervasone. Mirko, as we take a look at the highlights from the pre-final here this morning. Jakob Beschel glancing over the left shoulder, Baccalini around the outside. Patrick into second place. It was a relatively clean race for the DD2 pre-final here this morning. Vilkans and Pico in the two Sodi cards, both taking the outside line. Patrick worked his way into the lead. This was a nice pass from Nielsen to go by Beschel, who lost 2 positions in one corner. Nielsen fighting with Baccalini. But Patrick Donita, he actually backed off in the end. He won it by 1.5 seconds. From the Dane, Knut Nielsen, Mandel, Baccalini, Jakob Beschel, Euro champ, home in P5, but will start pole position provisionally for the final here at WACKERSDORF this afternoon for DD2. Second Masters driver, yes, Roman Jaeger, head of Bortese. Dimo Francesco, Mirko Passandin, the Swiss drivers dominant in the Masters category. Martin Passandin it is, and Mirko Gervasone, the final runners, the Masters drivers, 4 of them from Switzerland. Roman, the German here in Germany. Beautiful day. It is springtime. It is the first weekend of May 2026. The second round of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy, presented by WSK Promotion for the 3rd year now. The mini carts down on the grid, which we'll take a look at in just a moment. 35 drivers, 35 of the youngest drivers racing here this weekend in Mini Max. It was Joshua Cook who took pole position on Friday, and he'll line up on pole position for the pre-final here in just a moment for the KR Sport team as you look at some of the DAHR drivers. He also took victory, albeit belatedly, at Cremona. 35 drivers in the Minimax category, 208 from 35 different nations around the world. Here at WACKERSDORF in Bavaria, the home of BMW, the Kingdom of Bavaria. This circuit built in 1997. Guten Tag, wie geht's? That's about the extent of my German, Zach, but I'm sure they understood.
Yeah, just about. I did German on Duolingo for all of about 2 weeks, and it failed miserably. So don't ask me to learn a language by any means. Slowly getting there with my Italian. I can't add German into the mix either. That's too much for me. Most
locals here speak, I won't say perfect English, but if it's not perfect, it's very close to it. We're actually only about...
Better than most English people, they're English, I'll be honest.
Sorry?
You speak to most English people, speak to some of the Germans here, and I guarantee the Germans will probably have better English than most of the nationals.
That's a good point. Depending on what part of the United Kingdom they're from, we'll leave that. I think we all know what I'm getting at, says the convict.
Well, yeah.
We're actually only 35 kilometres from the Czech border here, so there is quite a strong Czech influence as well. 14 drivers from just over the border in the Czech Republic. Quite a few teams as well. There's Joshua Cook. There was Joshua Cook. KR Sport alongside James Roots. 1, 2, 3. Who starts on the front row of the grid. These are the results of the pre-final just a moment ago. Donita wins it from Nielsen, Mandel, Baccalini, P5 for Beschel. And that's enough for the Czech to line up on pole position for the final this afternoon. Hamza Hashisho on debut from the back of the grid. He had a DNF yesterday, as you correctly pointed out, Zach. Had a really strong race to come home in P20, did the Qatari rookie. A couple of DNFs. Will Christensen, most notably. Manuel Tenschert, yes, he was out. He's actually had rib damage. That's really bad luck for the Austrian, the 42-year-old, who is not racing in the Masters class, chasing victory outright. He was 3rd on the podium outright at this race last year, but Manuel Tenschert will be a spectator this afternoon after, unfortunately, withdrawing with a rib injury after a solid 2 days of heats and practice here at WACKERSDORF Pro Kart Raceland. There is the magnificent indoor centre in the background. There are karts circulating as we speak inside what is one of the finest indoor kart racing centres in the world at Pro Kart Raceland Wackersdorf. Mini pre-final, 35 cars on the grid on a sunny morning here in the Kingdom of Bavaria. Josh and James on the front row. Cook elevated, promoted to victory, we could say, at Cremona over Logan Rolfe and Charlie Page. And Jackson Hilton, the Jamaican Brit's been in great form this weekend. Dan Holland Racing. We'll take a look at the grid for you in just a moment. 35 drivers. Of the youngest drivers, Mini Max will race over 9 laps. Just over 10 kilometres of this circuit. Built back in 1997, hosting multiple international events. The Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. The German Championship as well. And more recently, the European Championships. We remember the 2017 KZ World Championships, which was won by Paulo De Conto. Or was it 2016? I'll have to check on that. Alex Irlando taking victory in KZ2, the World Cup, on the very final corner, almost a decade ago now. And of course, who will ever forget Max taking victory in the Euro Championships in KZ1 over a decade ago, driving an Intrepid. Joshua and James on the front row of the grid. Mick Klinkers, okay out of P4. And then Austin, it's a man, 1-2-1 out of grid 5 alongside Sebastian Behrman. Logan Rolfe, Conrad Doyle, Charlie Page, P3 at Cremona. And on debut, the Australian Ryder Jiong for Dan Holland Racing has been in great form. Starts outside row 5. Habertz, Plattner. Diane has been a contender throughout the heats, consistently in the top 3. Robin Raikkonen, Harris Barber, Jackson Hilton. Here's Garrett, Ivan Janisiewicz, Jack Brookhammer, Gustavo Oliveira, and Ivo Oss, the former Saudi World Series driver from Latvia, starting out of grid 20. Luka Radenkovic, Mario Roberto, the Italian Brit, head of Teddy Murphy, Jan Wozniak, and it's Koma, Rohan Izare, Kevin Turbo, Matt Gottschalk, Tristan Abels for the Dams Racing Team back on grid 29. Messi Ozzani, Nicholas Zelensky has been in the wars this week, starting just a place ahead of Sofas Jakobsen, Alex Mokobab, the Lebanese-American Nicholas Conradson, and Tim Hansler, who didn't finish his final heat yesterday when the rear bumper decided to depart the kart. He will start on the final row of the grid. I will look that up in a moment. Certainly it was Paulo De Conto winning the KZ1 World Championship at this circuit. It was either 2016 or 2017. I'm sorry, Paulo. As we see Rohan Izare off the road coming onto the back straight. The MKC Motorsport driver. Josh on pole position. James, 1, 2, 3. It's Roots who'll try and plant himself in P1 as they go up into turn 4. Mini Max, a pre-final. Josh Areen, 175, that's Cook. Accelerates up to the line. We race. Good start from James Roots on the outside. Eventually it will become the inside if he can hold it. But now he's been passed. Joshua Cook from pole position. Super start from Mick Klinkers. The Bullvarn Power team driver, the Tony Kart, up into second place briefly as we look at Austin Aman for Sam Pollitt Racing. The Brit has shot through into second place. Great start from Austin on his 11th birthday. What a present it would be if the English Scotsman, well, the Englishman with the Scottish heritage, Glaswegian heritage to be precise, on his 11th birthday, crest the rise at the end of turn 1 into the end of lap 1, I should say. In position 2, it's Cook from Amman. Klinkers, Roots, Logan Rolfe, Sebastian Behrman. Charlie Page, who finished P3 at Cremona. Beautifully presented kart. Here's Charlie Page, 114 Cosmic. White and green machine ahead of Oscar Kenny. Habertz, Plattner, and what a start from Mario Roberto, who's made up 11 positions in the first lap. She's just got through ahead of Robin Raikkonen. but it's Joshua Cook with the race lead on lap 2 of 9, the Minimax pre-final here this morning.
So far, a good start for Joshua Cook, +3 as it stands for Austin Oman, who well, got a really good launch, it must be said, for Sam Pollock Racing. Is not scared to get his elbows out either. It is the 121, so he'll be looking to chase after Joshua Cook, who, of course, was favourite to win, arguably, the Winter Trophy when we took to Campillos in January. Sent to the inside from Mick Klinkers, though the Dutchman will get the move done in that peppermint liveried Tony Kart, and both of them in sync, pointing forwards to say, let's go and catch Joshua Cook. They both get the assignment, they both understand the memo, because Joshua Cook, like I was alluding to, very, very quick. Favourite to win the Winter Cup. Late contact, I think it was with Austin Oman, robbed him of that opportunity. He bounced back, he took victory at Cremona, has been racing really well so far in the opening couple of rounds of the championships in the UK. And Joshua Cook could well be going on a similar mini spree as we saw from Emerson McCangie-Uren over 2025. Currently sits half a second clear, but the chasing pack led the way by Mick Klinkers. Austin Oman, James Roots, who won on the road at Cremona as a 3-second penalty that demoted him off of the podium, promoting Logan Rolfe, Charlie Page to second and third, and ultimately Joshua Cook to victory. Across the line, we kickstart what will be the 4th lap of racing. A third of the way through already. It's Cook from Klinkers, Austin Oman, James Roots, Sebastian Behrman being overtaken. I think that was by Logan Rolfe. So Sebastian Behrman could well be dropping down in the order. Logan Rolfe, not the best of initial launches for the 135, but has since been able to bounce back. The KR Sport Machine, so look out for the purple with the white stripes. There you can see one of them just in behind Austin Oman. James Roots there, trying to get onto the rear end and to be the top 3 in this pre-final for Minimax. Through turn 10, golden overtaking opportunity, straight into turn 11. Golden overtaking opportunity as about to be proved by James Roots, who sends one to the inside of Mick Klinkers to take second position. Nicely done there, as Austin Oman is trying to give him the hurry on to get after Joshua Cook, who, well, this race coming together, well, packaged nicely together for him. They continue to battle for second, and they can't quite decide who wants to lead the charge. He's only going to stretch that advantage. Last time through, a quarter of a second in favour of the Brit. And now leads James Roots. Down the inside goes Logan Rolfe on the inside of Austin Oman towards turn number 3. That's a very good overtaking opportunity, banked on the high side as well. So really opens the door for some overtaking. Turn number 5 straight, coming back down the inside though, does Austin Oman. Does not allow Logan Rolfe to keep it for very long in the slightest, and all of this tripping up over each other is reeling them off the back of the chasing duo now of James Roots and Mick Klinkers, as the gap to Joshua Cook is beginning slightly to come down. It's well back into 0.5 of a second. Down the inside once again, Logan Rolfe will take 4th place.
Zach, we saw Mick Klinkers animated, signalling that Josh Cook was pulling away. Everyone else could see it. He was pointing ahead to the race leader. And James Roots says simply, okay, fine, I'll go through, and he did make the move. Mick Klinkers looking backwards more than he was looking forwards, and James Roots drove by the Dutchman, Logan Rolfe, head of Austin Oman. This is Klinkers now trying to respond into turn 4. There's Austin, head of Behrman, Habetz, Kenny, Charlie Page, and Raikkonen, 191 in the Kart Republic. The Swiss-born Finn in P10. Cook with the race lead, it's 0.7 of a second. Raikkonen with the fastest lap of the race, 53.970. In fact, Robin Raikkonen at this stage, halfway point, just over in fact of the Mini Max pre-final, is the only driver under the 54-second bracket, Paul Plattner. And what about Ryder Jiang, the young Australian, who's won at circuits such as Newcastle, Bendigo, and the Go-Kart Club of South Australia. On debut in Europe, he's also been racing in the British Kart Racing Championships. Jiang, head of Roberto, Jack Fulbrook-Armour. Jiang in P12 behind Plattner, and Raikkonen in P10. Move up inside, Klinkers back down. So they go down into turn 6, into second place. So the gap stays at 0.7 of a second. Another fastest lap from Raikkonen, a 53.922. It's Cook, Klinkers, Roots and Rolfe, Austin Oman, Habetz and Sebastian Behrman. 2.5 laps remaining. Joshua Cook looking to start the final on pole position this afternoon.
0.8 of a second. Joshua Cook leads James Roots as it stands, and well, the 175 just seems to be chipping away the gap. I mean, it's just been bridged, you know, about 1/10 a lap-ish, basically, for the entire race thus far. Joshua Cook just well, ruthlessly consistent, minimising the distance through the slight kink that is turn 1. Turn 2 doesn't really exist, so through the right-hander, then in towards turn number 3, uphill, and like I say, banked on the high side. Look out for Zdenek Babacek when we get to Junior Max. Is going to be one of the drivers to really utilise that banking, keep the kart pinned. Following a 3-cut battle here, the chasing pack, but not really chasing anymore. Because, well, there you can see Mick Klinkers, he's got James Roots behind him. And then Logan Rolfe closing them back down in the 135. Meanwhile, of course, Joshua Cook bridges more and more of a gap with a lap and a half left to go. Robin Raikkonen sets the fastest lap of the race at 53.922. In fact, that actually goes the way of Charlie Page, currently running 9th position for the driver that took his maiden podium last time out at Cremona, still inside the top 10, and has just actually tipped Austin Oman, who is currently running 9th for the last time the timer screen refreshed, across the line to start what will be the final lap of racing. Quick look over the shoulder from Joshua Cook, and well, for the best part of this race has been under very little pressure, as well, Robin Raikkonen wants to get himself involved in that battle at the back end of the top 10. Following this one, though, it's Mick Klinkers from James Roots from Logan Rolfe, 2, 3 and 4.
Raikkonen fighting with Charlie Page, the Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy. Le Mans champion Oscar Kenny just ahead. Joshua Cook and James Roots, they start 1-2 on the front row of the grid for the Minimax pre-final this morning. As it stands, they're 1-3 on this, the final lap, the final few corners of the pre-final. They'll start 1-2 for the final unless nothing changes. If nothing changes, which is certainly the case with 1 corner to go. Oscar Kenny going through behind Sebastian Behrman ahead of Charlie Page. The final corner, the checkered flag. Joshua Cook takes victory and takes pole position for the final this afternoon of the Rotax German Euro Cup. Klinkers second, the Dutch Minimax champion from James. That's Roots from Rolfe. The Winter Cup champion Dion Haberts. Sebastian Behrman, Oscar Kenny, Charlie Page, Robin Raikkonen, and Plattner, the Austrian, leads home Austin Oman, who fades to 11th at the end. Will still start inside 4th row of the grid for the final this afternoon on his 11th birthday. For Stan Pollard Racing, Joshua Cook takes victory for the team from Silverstone, the KR Sport 175. The Cosmic Heart on your screen has been a perfect weekend thus far. For Joshua, Cremona race winner. As Zach correctly pointed out, it was something of a belated victory. But nevertheless, he did win in Italy, and he's looking good to back that up this afternoon in beautiful Bavarian sunshine here at WACKERSDORF. Notable performances. Teddy Murphy, good recovery for Mario Roberto. Didn't get the best touch, finishes ahead of Luka Radenkovic. And the Portuguese champion, Gustavo Oliveira, will take a look at the complete results in just a moment. The Brits, 1, 3 and 4, split by the Kleine Jonge van the Netherlands, Mick Klinkers in P2, who will start inside 2nd row for the final of the Rotax German Euro Cup this afternoon. They are fighting, they are racing for a ticket and entry to this year's Rotax Max Grand Finals, which will be held again at one of the finest motorsport complexes in Europe, in fact in the world. That is at the Algarve International Circuit, Portimão in the south of Portugal. Of course, Portimão back on the calendar in 2027, hosting a round of the FIA Formula One World Championship, as is Turkey at Istanbul Park. Quite a few drivers from Turkey here this weekend. And from Portugal, Gustavo Oliveira also as well. We take a look at the results. Cork from Klinkers, Roots, Rolfe, Dijan Haberts, Behrman, Oscar Kenny, Charlie Page, Raikkonen and Plattner pull home in P10. And it was Austin Oman who was in 2nd off the start, but fades to 11th. Head of Conrad Doyle, Riders Young, Teddy Murphy, Jack Bull-Brokama, Mario Roberto, she finishes 16th. From Luka Radenkovic, the Serbian, Gustavo, Alfie Garrett and Jackson Hilton. Ivana Yanisjevic, Mogabeb, the Middle East champion. He's the Lebanese-American from Kevin Turbo, Rowan Izare, Sofas Jakobsen, Abels, Wozniak, Tatiana, Komar, Hansler, Harris Barber, Matt Gottschalk, Messi Odzani, Nicholas Zelensky, and Nicholas Konradson, the final finisher after the DNF of the former Saudi World Series driver from Latvia, Ivo Os. Nice to have your company here on a beautiful springtime morning at WACKERSDORF Pro Kart Raceland. The temperature creeps up to 22 degrees Celsius. We're expecting another 4 more than that as we get ready to race. Junior Max, pre-final A here this morning. Zdenek Babicek looking for another victory. After winning at Cremona, he won the second round of the WSK Super Master Series that was in OK Junior. The season opening Winter Cup, he won the second round of the Super Master Series at Circuito Internazionale Napoli, simply known as Sano. He won the grand finals. We are racing just 35 kilometers from the border with the Czech Republic. The Czech driver starts on pole position for the grid, which we'll take you through in just a moment. For Den Holland Racing 271, the youngest of the 4 Babiceks, on pole position. Raris Pashkul out of grid 2, also for DHR. In fact, it's a Den Holland Racing 1, 2, 3, because Friend is out of grid 3 from Matsinas, Clark, Collinson. The Brit out of 6, Marcel Popakol, fine speed at the right time of the weekend. Tram van Melik. And then the Germans on the 5th row of the grid, Philip Hansler and Julian Duemer. Alex Goodson, Aaron Ludigan on the 6th row of the grid. We just told you about Turkey being back on the calendar in the FIA Formula 1 World Championship. Multiple Turkish drivers racing here this weekend, including Aaron 246, head of Taylor, Christensen, Louis Ratcliffe, Tusek, Didi Dardele, Daniel Hakkinen for Craft Motorsport, Riley Morrow for SPR, and Maciej Vondracek, also from over the border in the Czech Republic, out of grid 20. Filip Frek Zerak, the Slovenian, alongside Anna Maria Ferusova from the Czech Republic. Dimitar Latsarov and Devram Yeta, who will not start after withdrawing earlier this weekend. Babicek looking for his 6th international victory in 6 months. We just listed them for you a moment ago. 271, all Den Holland Racing front row of the grid. Albert Friend, former international champion as well, the orange helmet of the Brit. Winter Cup champion. Albert, so much success with, well, let's just say another team for the moment. He's still racing for a British team, but it's now a Lando Norris kart. It's still an OTK kart, but it's blue and yellow, carrying the colours of the team from Wilton Mill. Den Holland Racing, DHR 1, 2, 3 on the grid. Zdenek Babicek, Raris Pashkul. The Romanian Swiss driver, Albert Friend, alongside Myers Martinez, who was on the podium at Cremona. In fact, I'll get the right to pole position at Cremona in qualifying over a month ago. We watched for the Lithuanian outside 2nd row of the grid. Den Holland Racing 1, 2, 3 for the Junior Max pre-final A. Zdenek on pole, up to the line. We don't race another formation lap. Zach, the team from the Wilton Mills circuit in England, a track that you know well. They're 1, 2, 3 on the grid for the first of our 2 pre-finals. This is pre-final A. It will really take something to beat the DHR Lando Norris karts.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as an outfit, they are incredible in, you know, whatever series they race in, they set the standard, and well, that's been the case. In terms of sort of UK teams, you're looking at quite a few. The likes of Down on the Racing, Chaos Sports, Strawberry Racing, just to name sort of 3. I'd say maybe 3 of the big hitters there. But yeah, as an overall, Down on the Racing have set the benchmark so far this weekend. Zdenek Babicek and Raris Pashkul, as a duo, have been really well working together with each other. And Zdenek Babicek, you know, he's got the good machinery behind him, he's got a good team behind him, but he's also an incredibly talented driver. Put him in anything and he's going to be at the top, and he showcased that this weekend. Some stellar moves all weekend through the likes of T3, and like I say, look out for him if he does get overtaken from pole position to make some pretty good moves. But also, he's very wise in terms of defensive driving. Think to the second round of the WSK Euro Series at Lonato, where he parked the bus for a good 7 laps as well. He'll start alongside Raris Pashkul on the front row.
Zach, just before we go to the start, Anton Christiansen, that was the Dane's cart. He's out before the start.
It's going to be a shame. Was meant to start a little bit further back, just in behind Harry Taylor. Will roll to the line, will put foot to the floor, and we'll go racing in Junior Max for pre-final away. A good start for the Down Honda Racing duo. Actually, a better start for Raresh Pascu on the outside of the 271. So Zdeněk Babacek tucks in, but this time goes to the outside of turn number 3. Goes round the outside of the reigning world champion of Malchus Mazanas. Tucks in behind his Swiss teammate, Zdeněk Babacek. So far undefeated this weekend. Down Honda Racing 1 and 2. Then comes the Chaos Sport of Malchus Mazanas, just tucked in behind there in the all-black helmet. The Lithuanian under a bit of pressure, I think potentially from the likes of Sebastian Clark. Jack Collinson might have made a pretty decent start as well. Through the chicane for the first time, Malchus Mazanas under a little bit of pressure towards turn number 10, has to go defensive. Meanwhile, Zdeněk Babacek trying to apply the pressure to Raresh Pascu, trying to get him to get the hurry on, but Pascu not getting the memo. Defensive once more. Zdeněk Babacek up and underneath to retake the race lead.
The Dan Holland Racing teammates continue to trade positions, staring at each other as they crest the rise. The end of lap 1. The check from second place back into the race lead from Pascu. There is Mats Innes, Jack Collinson. The Brit now racing in the Latvian Championship in P4 from Frank Clark, Aaron Ludigan, Tuema Taylor, Riley Murrow, who had a huge crash at that corner right there in the final heat yesterday. He's in P10. And Marcel Popacol, who did not get off to a great start to the weekend, but now the pole has found speed. He's in P11 from Ratcliffe, Louis, Trempa Malik, Derdele, Frex had a great start to be ahead of Alex Goodson in P15 at the end of the first lap. The Dan Holland Racing duo, the Lando Norris carts, 1-2, that's Mats Innes, the Lithuanian pole sitter at Cremona, the first round of the championship. It's a KR Sport Cosmic in P3. The gap 0.291 of a second. Albert Friend, fastest on circuit as he gets the slipstream slightly at 93 kilometres an hour. They're on the rev limiter. Going up into turns 1, 2 and 3 here at the 1,190 metre WACKERSDORF circuit. Pro Kart Raceland here in beautiful Bavaria on a sunny springtime morning. It's Babacek, Pascu, Myers Mats Innes in the KR Sport Cosmic down into turn 12. Close enough to attack. He's right on the back of Raresh Pascu. Babacek is in the race lead. We know he knows how to defend. 1,400 millimetre rear track. He can make that look appear, seem about 6 metres wide if he needs to. Doesn't quite need to employ those tactics yet. He stares back over the right shoulder. The gap down to 1/10 of a second as Louis Ratcliffe puts in a 52.048. Mats Innes tries to line up. That's Friend. 219 glances over the left shoulder, trying to make it a Dan Holland Racing 1, 2 and 3. Myers Mats Innes in third place. Fabulous race. This is pre-final A for Junior Max round 2. The Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy here at Pro Kart Raceland WACKERSDORF in Germany.
Look at this run though from Raresh Pascu. Once again, Zdeněk Babacek feeling the need to go defensive. It's all aboard the Babacek Express now. He looks over his shoulder. This train spanning all the way down, I think, to Popacol in P9. Malchus Mazanas just looking, well, racy on the rear end of Raresh Pascu. Wants to slowly work his way forward and move in the background as well. I think that could well have been Riley Murrow trying to get his elbows out and get involved with Sebastian Clark. So far up 13, make that 14 positions now for Riley Murrow. Sebastian Clark drops down to P10, I think, by virtue of that move from Riley Murrow. Side by side, just in behind that as well, the likes of Ratcliffe and Derdale as well in the fight for 7th and 8th. Lots of big movers inside the top 10. Murrow up 14, Ratcliffe and Derdale 8th and 8 and 9th. Respectfully, currently running 7th and 8th as we take our way closer to half distance in this race. Zdeněk Babacek with Raresh Pascu, his Down Honda Racing teammate, now closely followed by Albert Friend, who is, well, not scared to get his elbows out, to get racy. He's given a very good demonstration of racecraft so far this weekend. Got, I'll say, shafted a little bit. Oh my goodness me! The 205 straight into the side of Albie Friend, who got very unlucky at that very corner this time yesterday, as I was just alluding to. Straight line T-bone there from Malchus Mazanas.
Mats Innes loses it coming out of turn 11 across the grass and absolutely belts into the side of Albert Friend, who was the innocent victim. Albert Friend was absolutely nailed into the grass. Out of control was Mats Innes. huge crash. They are okay. They've incredibly continued on, but almost certainly there'll be damage to the 219 Lando Norris kart of Albert Friend and Martinez. A T-bone, that would have been a hit at a good 65, 70 kilometers an hour. At this corner, they're approaching now. Zdeněk Babicek, Raris Pashkul. Riley races up into P3. The second half of pre-final 8 for Junior Max. As we get news that Louis Radcliffe in P4 is under investigation. The Den Holland Racing duo, nice pass from Raris Pashkul. Decisive turn in. Babicek fights back. Murrow, Louis Radcliffe, who's under investigation in the 282 Sam Pollitt racing kart. DHR versus SPR, the British teams, first through to fourth. And then we go to Deerdele for Stampex Motorsport. The Kart Republic of the Belgian in P5, Philip Hansler, also under investigation as we concentrate on the race for the lead. As Albert Friend and Myers Martinez, they were involved in it a moment ago. The crash at this corner right there has put them right down the field. Incredibly, Albert Friend has continued on and just set the fastest purple sectors of the race. Obviously, the car prepared well and strong. It's still straight. He's still in the race. Pashkul, Babicek. Here comes Riley. Races down the inside. Murrow goes on through. Louis launches on through. Here comes the Belgian. Fabulous racing. Look at that, Albert Friend. After that big crash, he's way down the field, but he's the fastest driver on the circuit. This is the Stampex Motorsport kart of Deerdele from Belgium. The Kart Republic through into P2 briefly. Back to third. It's Pashkul, Babicek. Riley Murrow, Harry Taylor, Poppercolt now up into seventh.
Zdeněk Babicek dropped down 4 places from where he started, and that's just the dynamic of racing like this. It's very intense, very quickly the pack can fluctuate. Zdeněk Babicek chucking one down the inside of, that's Riley Murrow. His first year in Junior Max, and a point forward to the Czech driver. They've only got, well, what will be 4 laps of racing on to lap 9 of 13. So time of the essence, but Zdeněk Babicek going defensive towards turn number 3. Meanwhile, Louis Radcliffe versus Deerdele fighting through on the exit. The 282 stuck on the inside. Deerdele tries to fire one down the outside of turn number 4, gets the inside for 5, forces his way through, but has to tuck over and defend as Zdeněk Babicek arrives back on the scene, and also as well getting involved Harry Taylor. We've lost Riley Murrow and also, well, no, Riley Murrow from this race down at what is turn number 2, through on the exit of turn number 4. We've lost Riley Murrow, a shame for the young Sam Pollitt racing driver. He's now down and out of this battle. And that is, again, the third big hitter that we've had as a casualty of this. We've lost Riley Murrow, Albie Friend, and Maurits Mazanas. 3 huge front-running contenders that have had problems over the course of the last 9 laps.
Riley Murrow out. He is okay, though. He walks back to Marshall Point 4. We'll get a glimpse of Riley and his damaged Sam Pollitt racing kart in just a moment. As you look at the Belgian in P3 for Stampex Motorsport. He's right on the back of Harry Taylor. Raris Pashkul with the race lead from Louis Radcliffe in P2, but remember, he's under investigation. Babicek back to 5. Poppercolt, Collinson, Goodson, Clark, Unlud again, Daniel Hakkinen. Good drive from the Monaco-born Swiss Finn. His father, Mika Moy, watching on from Miami on what we believe is a very wet and stormy day in Florida. Good drive from Daniel Hakkinen. Almost inside the top 10 now. Ahead of the recovering Albert Friend. 3 laps remaining, 2.5 laps remaining. Raris Pashkul, the Romanian Swiss driver. P1. Radcliffe P2 under investigation. Come back to that if there is news from race control. Taylor, Deerdele, Zdeněk Babicek, and Poppercolt as well. Stampex Motorsport, multiple European international champions in the Kart Republic with Deerdele from Belgium, 299. On the back of Harry for Den Holland Racing, who lead the race with Raris Pashkul. Friend has now recovered incredibly into P13. He's just got by the aforementioned Hakkinen, Hansler, Julian Duemer, the 3 Germans, because Dimitar Lazarov, who's had a tough weekend, but he's now up into P17 ahead of Frek Zerak, Anna Maria Ferreira, Vondracek. And Myers Martinez still circulating, but after that crash, way down in 21st position. That was Riley Murrow's kart. To the right side of your screen, the Brit is out. 1.5 laps remaining. Raros Pashkul, Louis Radcliffe, Harry Taylor from grid 13, and Derdele from grid 17, the Belgian, up into P4. The Stanpex Motorsport Kart Republic, the race leader, potentially with nobody behind, because 282, Louis Radcliffe under investigation. We start the last lap of the race. The Swiss-Romanian for the British team here in the south of Germany, the Kingdom of Bavaria. Raresh Pashku, Dan Holland Racing at Procart Raceland Wackersdorf. For Dan Holland Racing, leaves the door open. Louis launches up the inside. Radcliffe races on through. Fabulous pass into turn 4 on the final lap of the race. Here's Taylor just behind Radcliffe. Sam Pollitt Racing. Well, the Dan Holland Racing drivers started 1, 2, 3 on the grid. For this, the pre-final of Junior Max. Now they're running second and third. They might be second and fourth. They're third and fourth. Bigorthodele races on by the Belgian. Takes the DHR duo, who continue to fight. The final lap, the final corner. The checkered flag will wave after a pole-setting pre-final A for Junior Max. Louis Radcliffe with the victory from Derdele. Taylor Pashkul, Babacek P5. And it was Popacol, good try from Jack Collinson. Goodson, Trampa Melik, and Ludigan. Friend recovers incredibly after being T-boned. Back to last, he's hit the fastest lap of the race of 51.373. Clark, Hansler, Hakkinen. It's Daniel from Tusek, Dimitar Latsarov, Fergzerak, Julian Duema, Martinez, Myers, who set pole position at Cremona and started out at grid 4, finishes way down in 19th place. The highlights of a fabulous pre-final A for Junior Max. Around the outside, Raros Pashkul took the lead briefly from his Czech teammates, Danik Babacek, waving at each other, animated. And then this, Martinez absolutely T-boning Albert Friend. Raros Pashkul, that was a nice pass up into turn 1. Just over 100 kilometers an hour. The Sam Pollitt Racing duo, Louis Radcliffe, going on by. Derdele also making the move as well. Pashku, we thought that he would race away to take the race lead and the victory, but then this fabulous pass into turn 4 on the last lap of the race. Pashku tried the outside, there was no space, and Louis Radcliffe races away as Derdele takes second place, 2 corners from the checkered flag.
Fantastic display there in pre-final A for Junior Max. Let's run you through the results. Louis Radcliffe from Dale 1 and 2. And who would have thought that at the beginning of that one, 14 and 15 places gained respectively from Sam Pollitt Racing and SB Motorsport. Harry Taylor up 10 himself, finishes in P3 from Pashku, Babacek, Popacol, Collinson, Goodson, Van Melik and Ludigan, your top 10. Albie Friend remarkably getting T-boned down to last and coming up back through into P11. Sebastian Clark, Hansler, Hakkinen, Tusek, Latsarov, Ferk from Demer, Maujas Maznas from Vondracek in P20, Versova. And we saw there Riley Morrow, P22, who's classified as, of course, the DNF for the Brit. Same too for Christensen and Yerta. Of course, Riley Morrow, easy to forget that he started this race, that race from P19, carved his way up into sort of top 3 contention, and well, then suffered the DNF at turn number 4, unfortunately for Riley Morrow. His first full season in Junior Max and has been very impressive thus far, learning every single weekend, and right now a true contender at the sharp end. Of course, next up we'll be taking to pre-final B for Junior Max, and again, should be equally as entertaining, I can almost guarantee. We'll have Martin Soltis start on pole position alongside Luan Seidel on row number 1. A couple of people to look out for, of course, Kai Clark starting this race in P8. Did take the on-road victory at Cremona, but a 5-second penalty put him behind and promoted Babacek to P1 and also allowed Raris Pashu to find his way onto the podium. Kai Clark, a driver that, well, very experienced in Junior Max, knows how to get his elbows out, very aggressive when he needs to be, so look out for the Strawberry Racing Tony kart from 8th on the grid. And, well, Junior Max, of course, the well, halfway through our pre-finals already. We've done 3 across DD2, Mini, and now Junior Pre-Final A. We've now got Pre-Final B before our 2 Senior Max pre-finals to set the grids for this afternoon's finals. And, well, yeah, should be, well, I don't know. It's Pre-Final A set the bar pretty high in terms of standards of the race. I don't know if Pre-Final B can go and match it.
It was certainly entertaining, we will say that. We'll be honest, last year we had some reasonably processional races. This week, all throughout the heats, maybe it's the excellent amount of rubber that's been going down the Mojo tyre. It's been working nicely here this weekend. Some corners absolutely pitch black. Faster times than last year as well. And we've had some really good racing. It was entertaining, if not the cleanest race we just saw a few moments ago as we get ready for Pre-Final B. Junior Max being led out onto the circuit by the Slovakian Martin Soltich. We'll take a look at the grid, Zach. It will be the Slovakian on pole position alongside the Swiss driver, Luan Seidel.
Indeed so. Behind that, Jensen Chalk and Leo Gonzalez complete row 2. Lucian Smith and Martin Grantis on row 3 from Zietkovska. Kai Clark, like I said, starts row 4 from Luca Holmes-Balak, a podium last time out at Cremona. Starts alongside Brandsborg on row number 5 to complete our top 10. Behind that, you'll have Christoph Kjeiler and Aidan Hammond sharing row number 6 to start this race, P11 and P12. There you can see the grid catching up. And Kapusta alongside Padawan on row 7. Jacomelli from the Latvian Bowman Power driver of Hans in P16. May from Gavino, the Romanian, starts 18th alongside, just in front, I should say, Oliver Chase and Harry Ratcliffe in P19 and P20. Chase didn't have the best of days over yesterday, but still made his way into the pre-finals. Let's see what the Canadian can do working forward. And like I say, alongside Sam Pollock Racing's Ratcliffe on the 10th row of the grid. Just a couple more drivers behind that. You've got Ali Miras, Maximilian Weitzinger, and a very lonely 12th row of the grid for Alpaslan, the Turk driver for Strawberry Racing, starting this one 23rd and last. All to gain for the 259 as they work their way through this race. Martin Soltis, though, the KRK Racing Slovakian, taking the charge at the front end of the field, racing with the likes of Zdenek Babacek over the weekend thus far, and will be a serious contender from pole position.
Pre-Final B for Junior Max. Martin and Luan, the Slovakian and Swiss drivers on the front row of the grid. Former Mini Max Grand Finals champion of the world, JC out of 3, Jensen Chalk. And then the Spanish-Swiss driver, Leo Gonzalez for MKC Motorsport. Soltich, KRK Racing to the left of your screen in 253 on pole. We race. He gets a fabulous start. Luan Seidel tries the outside. He has no choice but to try the outside. Being pushed by the Swiss Spaniard, Leo Gonzalez, who holds on the outside, but he's helped almost off the road by one of the Craft Motorsport drivers. And Soltich, the KRK Racing, multiple Central European Zone and Polish and Czech champions with their Slovakian drivers. Or driver, I should say, Martin Soltich, down through the chicane. P1, a nice lead already back to the Cosmic. Soltich from pole, the race lead. Coming up to complete lap 1 in the race lead, that's Lucian Smith in second place. Great start from the Brit, who crests the rise. We're looking for Gonzalez as well. The Swiss Spaniard for MKC Motorsport, outside second row of the grid. Tried to hang around the outside, but has now crossed the line in P7 behind Christoph Kjeiler and Luan Seidel, who started out of grid 2. It's Soltich from Smith and Luca Holmes-Balak, who finished on the podium at Cremona. JC from 3 back to 4. And Luan Seidel, nice lead from Martin Soltich. Half a second as they go down through the chicane. Jensen Chalk in 264. Goes by and takes Luan Seidel. Gonzalez, Garantins, the Norwegian from Kapusta, Sitkowska, Detsemir, Gabriele Jacomelli, Olivier Chasse, the Canadian-Colombian driver ahead of the second Italian, Matteo Paduan, Aidan Hammond, Ali Miras from Turkey, Brandsburg, Gavagnano, Radcliffe, that's Harry from Klaus Hans, Kimi May, Alpaslan, also from Turkey, and Maximilian Weitzinger on debut in the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy rounds out the field, trying to make it through to the final 36 to race the final this afternoon. Smith for KR Sport, the team from Silverstone, with a brand new world-class circuit within walking distance of their factory. The Cosmic Kart in second place. The gap was half a second. It's come down. You can see it is 4, maybe 5 kart lengths. It is officially 0.259 of a second. The Tony Kart from the Cosmic, both OTK. Junior Max, the category which was introduced into the Rotax Max Grand Finals way back in 2003, over 2 decades ago. A mainstay of world kart racing in over 100 countries worldwide. Saltish, Smith, Nguyen Seidel. We start lap 4 of 13 as it stands. Saltish, if he can withstand the pressure, will start on pole position for this afternoon's final, alongside Zdeněk Babicek. If Smith goes by, which is looking a really good possibility, it will be the Czech Zdeněk Babicek to start grid 1 this afternoon in beautiful springtime sunshine here at Wackersdorf, Pro Kart Raceland in Germany. Fastest driver on the circuit, Emira Sitkowska, who's in P7 from Clark Grandstands. And Gabriele Giacomelli. We cross the line to start lap 5. We'll check the gap. It was 0.2. Stays at 0.282. Smith, Chalk, Seidel, Gonzalez. Here's the MKC Motorsport driver, the second Swiss driver ahead of Christoph Giller. Steve Kalsker in 7, Clark Grandstands. And what a drive from Olivier Chassé, the Canadian, from the other side of the Atlantic, from grid 19, now up into the top 10. Zach, if Martin Soljic can withstand this challenge and win this pre-final, it's pole position for the Slovakian this afternoon. If not, if Lucien Smith, who looks really good here this morning, if the KR Sport driver goes on by, it's Zdeněk, who starts grid 1 this afternoon here at Wackersdorf.
Yeah, Martin Soltis has just been so good this weekend. Has been really, really consistent. You know, P3, P2, P1 across the heats, and really taking the fight to Zdeněk Babicek, who up until pre-final A was undefeated this weekend. One poor race for the Czech, and a poor race. He was still inside the top 5. It wasn't bad by any metric, but it could have cost him pole position for the final later on this afternoon if the Slovakian is able to hang on. The KR Sport machine, though, chasing down the blue, white and green KRK, up 3 places so far for the 244 of Lucien Smith. That's the battle we're following now as we find our way close to half distance thus far in this race. Behind that, Jensen Short from Luan Seidel, who's been there or thereabouts so far this weekend as well. Definitely look out for the Swiss driver over the course of the final later on this afternoon. Kai Clark up in net 2 positions and about a second off the next car currently, as Kai Clark was involved in a very intense battle over Saturday with the likes of Riley Morrow in Junior Max. So, yeah, again, Kai Clark, who was the winner on the road at Cremona, will be looking to bounce back and will definitely be making some headway later on in the final. As it stands, won't even be starting inside the front 4 rows of the grid. Lap 7 of 13, Martin Soltis from Lucien Smith. Fastest lap of the race coming in for the Swiss driver of Luan Seidel by quite some margin, actually. It was half a second quicker than Jensen Chalk that last time through, so about for the top 3 could well be on. Meanwhile, of course, Lucien Smith looking to chip away at that gap. Currently has got the gap stabilised just under 0.3 of a second as they run their way through the quick right-left chicane at turns 8 and 9 down towards 10. A good overtaking opportunity right now, though. Lucien Smith not quite close enough to find his way up into the lead.
The gap virtually has not moved, you can see, as Martin Soltis just gauges it as they crest the rise. We start lap 8. Smith, Seidel. Incidentally, Kai Clark in P6 is under investigation. He's ahead of Grant Tins and Olivier Chassé, who's now got by Christoph Giller and Emira Sitkowska. So Clark, KC, under investigation. Down into turn 11. KRK car working really well, particularly up into turn 4. As he skates under brakes. Crest the rise once again. The gap does not change. Almost a replay of a lap ago. Just glances over the shoulder. Here's Seidel going through from Gonzalez. Vamos, Leo. Up into P4. Chassis with a 51.008. Fastest driver on the circuit. Four laps remaining. Zdeněk Babicek nervously watching on. It's one of the few times where you'll see a competitor supporting another, certainly from a different team. Zdeněk Babicek hoping Smith can go by. If he does so, it's Babicek on pole for this afternoon's final. If not, it is the KRK racing team of Martin Soltys, the Slovakian here in Germany, who'll start pole. Is Seidel, Gonzalez, Clark, Chalk, Chasse Padawan, Sidkalska, Giacomelli going through. Good drive from Thomas Gavagnano. The Romanian up into P14 from Klaus Hans, Brunsberg, and Luca Holmes Ballack back in P17 despite finishing second on the podium at Cremona. Unsurprisingly, to see Olivier go under the 51-second bracket, racing in the Rotax Max Challenge Canada Championship. From the back of the grid, he's up into 7th place. 3 laps remaining. The gap's slightly out, 0.318 of a second. 23 starters, 23 still in the race. 47 drivers in the junior category arriving here in Bavaria for round 2 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. For 11 of them, their weekend ends in 2.5 laps time. Final 36 to race the final this afternoon. We go to Genk in Belgium, a home of champions, for round 3 of the championship. That's in June. And the series final after the summer break at the magnificent steel ring circuit Linec in the Czech Republic, which is not too far from here. 6 or 7 hours drive. We are just over 30 kilometers, approximately 20 miles from the Czech border. It's the Slovakian, something of a home race also, sort of, for Martin Soltys, racing in the Central European Zone Championships as well. Look at that from Smith, signalling for Soltys to go ahead. Somewhat bizarrely, if he does though, Smith won't win. Penultimate lap of the race. It's looking good for the KRK racing driver, particularly up into that. Turn 4, throws it in slightly sideways, and the kart sticks working nicely. Vamos, Gonzalez, 50.854. The second Swiss in 4th place. Down through the chicane for the penultimate time. Zdeněk Babicek. In just over a minute, we'll know if he starts pole position or grid 2 for this afternoon's final. As it stands, it's Martin who will line up on grid 1 for round 2 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. If he can hold off Smith, the Brit, for another lap.
Final lap of the race. It's been a very mature drive from our top 2. Lucian Smith, though, I'm not really sure if he's been pushing the whole race or if he is actually just happy to sit behind Martin Soltys. A position gain will be an extra 3 championship points and also promoting him up onto the 3rd row of the grid. If he has been pushing it, it'll be quite a frustrating drive to be on the limit and still not see that gap come down. On this final lap, though, you can see the gap between them shrinking. I just don't think there's going to be enough for Lucian Smith to go for a late dive unless he gets a really good run through the chicane and towards turn number 10. Way too far back for a move there for the Chaos Sport Machine. So it is going to go the way of Martin Soltys, you would assume, as long as he can keep it nice and tidy. One real corner left to go. And he's under very little pressure. Puts it in the middle of the circuit just to be safe. And the 253 will accelerate his way up over the crest down towards the final corner. The checker flag will fly. Martin Soltys will take a very crucial victory in pre-final B for Junior Max. Will secure himself pole position for the final here for round number 2 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy at WACKERSDORF. Lucian Smith and Leo Gonzalez, the top 3. Ryan Cedar and Kai Clark climbing as well up to P5. But Oliver Chase, oh my goodness me, 13 positions gained for the Canadian. Like I said, suffered some problems yesterday. Had to be checked up by the medical crew after a late DNF. I think it was in his 3rd or 4th heat yesterday. And, well, the Canadian driver climbed his way all the way up from 19th to finish 6th at the end of 13 laps of racing in Junior Max.
So Martin Soltys to start pole position for the final this afternoon. As we check the results, Lucian Smith, P2, that's a good result for the Brit. He will start 7th for this afternoon's final. The two Swiss drivers, so Leo getting by and taking Luan on the final lap of the race. Kai Clark, brilliant driver, Zach Zed from Olivier. Jensen Chalk, Emir Sirkowska. Due italiani, Mattia Paduan, davanti Gabriele Iacomelli. Capusta, Kimi May, Aiden Hammond. Gavigliano, good drive from Thomas, the Romanian Clubs Hans. Luca, back in 16th after finishing on the podium at Cremona. Bransberg, Harry Ratcliffe, Christoph Killer comes home at P19. From the Turk, Ali Miras, Mikael Grantins, second Turk, Alpaslan, and Maximilian Feitzinger, the FD Motors team, based at Pista Azzurro Jesolo in the Praga kart. On debut in the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy after racing in the Rotax Max Challenge Italia, comes home in 23rd place. So Saltish to start pole position for the final of Junior. We've got 90 drivers in Senior Max. Down to the final 72. We race the final two pre-finals of the morning to set the grid, the final 36 for this afternoon. Before we do, let's check out some of the highlights. Senior Max at what has been a wonderful week here at Wackersdorf. Jeremy Rovers, I should say more correctly. The Dutch Spaniard, he finished 4th, just off the podium in the season opening Rotax Max Winter Cup on his home circuit. So disappointed not to take the victory or even a podium place in the first international race, the Winter Cup to start 2026. Wow, he has certainly found form as we arrive at Wackersdorf. Pole position on Friday for the second generation racer. He raced 5 heats. He took victory 5 times. Jeremy Roivers for the Karting Club of Campillos will start pole position as an absolute favourite, not only for the pre-final A for Senior Max, but certainly the final this afternoon has been untouchable, unbeatable, not to put pressure too much on young Jeremy. He will have a fight here. We're down to the final 72. Tom Langlois has also been quick. The French driver outside front row of the grid. As Jeremy leads the field out onto the circuit, the grid looks like this. Roivers on pole. Tom out of 2. Austin, the German, out of grid 3 alongside Eva Morris, who's also had a fabulous weekend thus far here in Wackersdorf. Dragos, Avashil Kulte, the Romanian, Austrian, Leon Hasty, Tobias Norman, who was on the podium at Ramona. Tix van Wijk, Sverre Uben for GKS Lemons Power. Matthias Kellerup, KR Sport, out of grid 10. 6th row of the grid sees Jack West. And the Cremona race winner, Nick de Berge, Martin Lickner, Sebastian Koch, Adriano Kralic, the Croatian, Will Archer, Rager, the German, Poschers, the Dutchman, Christian Sayerson, who won the Junior Winter Cup last year, and Antoine Lemieux, the Canadian, out of grid 20. Lucas Konopka, Jakub Gasabrevic, head of Yuri Skuins, the Dutch driver, head of Will Pemble, Arnold Sabran, the Canadian, alongside Nielsen, Anderson, Akos Martaras, Patrick Negada, and Ben Zeigler. The Swiss riders on the 15th row of the grid. Villar, Borsen Hansen, Max Taylor, Theo Eriksson. The Norwegian, who was into the wall on the first lap of his first heat on Friday, has recovered to scrape into the final, as has the Northern Irishman, Rory Armstrong, starting alongside the final qualifier for pre-final 8, Matthias Schatz, in the Croc promotion car, the driver from Denmark, and the team from Denmark as well. Yes, Rory Armstrong. Multiple DNFs in the DQ, has not had a good weekend. Was ready to make the long drive back to Belfast, but he's on track, ready to race. Look for Rory to come roaring through from the final row of the grid. Jeremy Roivers, 5 heat victories from 5 starts. If he gets the lead up into turn 4, well, quite simply, they won't see which way he went if he continues the great form he's had thus far this weekend. 3, 2, 1, on pole position. We don't race another formation lap. It's a rhetorical question, but it's the only one that we can ask, Zach. Has anybody got an answer for young Jeremy Roivers?
So far this weekend, no, is the simple answer to that one. A bit more complex, though, coming into Sunday, because fair enough, nothing's really changed. The weather's still really, really good. The track's still very much rub it in. Jeremy's still feeling very confident, but as we saw with Zdeněk Babicek, just because you were undefeated on Friday and Saturday does not necessarily mean everything's going to go your way in the pre-finals and finals come Sunday. Now, of course, in terms of driving ability, Jeremy Roivers, well, probably, I don't want to say head and shoulders above the rest, but he's definitely fermenting himself towards the sharp end. When you look at the likes of Teresa Babičková and also Freddie Lloyd, who's been a front runner. We'll get to him, obviously, in terms of a DQ yesterday, which has dropped him out of contention in the pre-finals. Driving ability, he's definitely the strongest. But as we know with racing, anything can and anything probably will happen. So look out for Tom Langlois sharing the front row with the Spaniard, Austin Lee, Eva Morris. So consistent so far this weekend as the Chaos Sport driver. She has just been always inside the top 6, top 5, fighting with the guys up there inside the top 3 and being there or thereabouts. And right now has been rewarded for that with a outside second row start. There you can see it just on the right-hand side of your screen. They'll roll up to the line once again, and we won't go racing again. We'll go for a third formation lap. Another opportunity, and all this does really at the moment is build up that anticipation for the drivers, forces them to get a little bit nervous, and the drivers that can keep their composure best when we do eventually go racing will be the ones to benefit.
For the first time this weekend, third formation lap. Beautiful springtime morning here in the Bavarian countryside, surrounded by lakes, forests, even some magnificent mountain biking, cycling trails as well. There's our Deputy Race Director, Mr. Filip Trombek, from the Czech Republic, down on the circuit, pointing instructions to the pole sitter, Jeremy Roivers. Look out for the likes of Jack West, who's been in great form this week. MLC Motorsport driver, inside 6th row of the grid, Leon Hasty, 3-time Scottish champion as well. And Sebastian Koch, the German for the Dutch Jandarms racing team, 3-4-3 on the outside of the 7th row of the grid. There is Sebastian. Nick to the bench, just a row ahead, who took one of the most spectacular victories in world karting, probably in the last half decade or so. A strategic, brilliant choice, strategically brilliant, when he lapped everyone up and to and including 5th place on the right tyres on a wet circuit. Jeremy goes, Tom does not. We race. Austin Lee shoots up into 2nd place. And the Tony Karts go 1-2. There's Dragos. Vasil Kulte, good start for the Romanian Austrian for MKC Motorsport, who goes through to P3, but it's Jeremy ominously in P1 as they come out of the turn 6 hairpin. For the first time, a relatively clean start with the exception of Sverre Uben and Thijs van Wijk. The Dutch-speaking drivers from Belgium and the Netherlands, respectively, have come together into turn 4. Sverre Uben has not gone any further. He's out, parked at the exit of turn 6. Great start from Jack West. We told you to watch out for the MLC Motorsport driver, who is carving up through the field as Tom Rager goes off the road. goes Rallycross. At the end of the first lap, there's Tom up the inside. That's Eva Morris, who defends into turn 4. Austin takes the lead ahead of Jeremy Roivers for the first time this weekend. The German-American, who's also won on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean, has taken the fight. He's the first driver to do so, up to Jeremy Roivers for the first time this weekend. Roivers looking to respond. There's Dragos Avishagultai in P3 for NKC Motorsport. Almost thinks about going down the inside of the 3-2-1 Tony Kart. Eva Morris, P4 in the KR Sport Cosmic. She'll get the toe, the slipstream. Get the run on the back of Dragos Avishagultai. Jeremy tries to do the same. Dragos has to defend from Morris. White lines it. Morris was going to fire it down the inside. Jack West with his best race thus far this weekend, P5. Trying to go through to beat the top Brit. And Leon Hasty. Yes, there is the multiple Scottish champion in P6 from Kellyup. Norman, the two Danes. Tom falls back to 9. Antoine Lemieux from Canada, from grid 20 in P10. Starting to bottleneck. Austin Lee is pulling away from Jeremy Roivers for the first time this weekend in the early stages of pre-final A for Senior Max. Zach, we did not expect this. Jeremy Roivers from pole position. As we start lap 4, he's back in second place. It's the German here in Germany, Austin Lee for Strawberry Racing, who leads.
It's been looking very good as Austin Lee, as Eva Morris once again goes defensive. She's stuck between a rock and a hard place here, trying to find a way through on the Austrian of Avishagultai, while also trying to keep Jack West at bay, who's been remarkably quick, was runner-up in last year's Ultimate Karting Championship and is looking strong so far in 2026. Is the 337, but back at the front. Seen a couple of times Austin Lee just turning the kart in and it bouncing, especially through that chicane, and obviously with a warm track temp and the track is rubbered in, it is a huge send down the inside. Oh my word! Jeremy Roivers gets it stopped. Austin Lee pulls back alongside him, but the inside favours the Spaniard, who will find his way through back into the lead of the race. Courtly napping there. What a move from Jeremy Roivers to find his way back into the lead of the race. And for a moment you thought the hubris was going to take over Jeremy Roivers, but well, exactly as you would probably expect, he fires one down the inside. Very interesting hand gestures there from Austin Lee, maybe frustrated with his fellow Tony Kart, as it's getting very racy in the background of that shot there. Avishagultai, Eva Morris, Jack West and Leon Hasty all getting involved in a scrap for third position. Meanwhile, the top two eventually sorting themselves out. Jeremy Roivers showcasing his hand, showing his pace, and right now beginning to put a bit of a gap. It's a couple of kart lengths back to Austin Lee, so Jeremy Roivers has got the grip to put a bit of a gap.
Okay, that's it. Jeremy wins it.
No, I wouldn't say so.
I promise you Jeremy Roivers will win this pre-final.
I'm not going to bet you on it because I do think it's going to happen. I'm just saying it's not a guarantee.
Sure, of course. Austin Lee taking the lead for the first 4 laps of pre-final A for Senior Max. We'll check the gap. You can see it's already out to 4 kart lengths. Jack up in a P4 behind Dragos. West has gone by Morris. Still the two Danes, Tobias Norman, Kellyup, Lenoir. Fabulous drive from Antoine. What about Will Pemble from grid 24? The Strawberry Racing Tony Kart is in P9. Dragos having to defend from Jack West. This is a great drive from Jack. MLC Motorsport Cosmic. Roivers from Austin Lee. Move down the inside. Goes on through. Jack West in P3. Signals to Dragos. Look at the right rear bumper of Dragos Avishagultai's kart. No, you can see it is dragging on the bitumen. I can promise you that race control have seen it. At the moment, he's still there. Dragos Avishagultai is being watched by race control. The 310 NKC Motorsport kart. I can see our race director, Mr. Alessandro Ferrari, deputy race director, Mr. Philip Trombrek, and I can also see there is the mechanical defect flag. It is now being displayed. No! Dragos is going to have to pit. He can make a pit stop and repair it. It is not a black flag. A quick zip tie will put it back into place and get him back into the race. Dragos needs to pit. A quick pit stop and get him back on track. Heartbreak for the Austrian 310, the MKC Motorsport team. Can they get it back in position and get him back on track? Dragos, Vasil Kurte pulls into pit lane from position 4. Effectively, his pre-final is over as Jeremy ominously sets a purple lap. In fact, the damage was too much. Dragos has pulled into Parc Fermé, not pit lane. His race is over. Heartbreak for the Austrian.
Shame there for the Austrian, and again involved in a scrap that intense, and it's cast a huge shadow now over his weekend. He'll still make the final, you can safely bet, but he's not going to be starting as high as he once would have been, which is a huge shame because the pace, like I say, has been there. Dragos always one to be fighting towards the sharp end of the Euro Trophy, and well, now just, I guess, spurs the motivation on for the final to make up some progress. Finding our way on to lap 9 of 14, Jeremy Roivers now half a second clear of Austin Lee, the two Tony Karts 1 and 2. Behind that you've got Jack West, who's now in front of Eva Morris. Jack West, starting for LC Motorsport in the Cosmic Chassis, has climbed his way up 8 positions to P3. Eva Morris there for Chaos Sport, just tucked in behind him. Then comes Tobias Norman, who had a penalty over the course of Saturday's heat. Still managed to bag himself a couple of top 10 finishes and was starting towards the sharp end of the field as well. So look out for Norman. Plenty of high-level talent in the Euro Trophy field. Look at as Antoine Lemieux up 14 places. Will Pemble up 16 from where they started. Currently 6th and 8th respectively. Split by Matthias Kellerup, who himself for Dane up 3 places as well. Plenty of big movers, and again WACKERSDORF opening the door for some brilliant overtakes, as we've just got a glimpse of there through turn number 11, the penultimate corner. On to lap 10 of 14, 5 to go as Jeremy Roivers leads them across the line. Another decent chunk of time taken out of Austin Lee there to bridge the gap closer and closer to a 7/10 margin.
That's right, Zach. Some great drives here trying to make it through to the final this afternoon. 90 drivers here for round 2 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy here at WACKERSDORF, presented by WSK Promotion. The final 72 in the first of our 2 pre-finals here this morning. And then down to the final 36 this afternoon. Will Pemble carving through the field up into 8th, as you point out, from 24. Lamour Antoine from Canada from grid 20 into 6th. Christian Sayerson from 19th into 12th. And the Northern Irishman, Rory Armstrong, has come roaring through the field from 35th on the grid, the final row. Now up onto the back of Jordi Skuens, who's in 21st position. West, Morris, and Norman, who was on the podium at Cremona RS competition kart, tries the outside run. He's got the speed, you can see. West in P3, starting to back the field up. Morris just behind, she's got speed as well, as she's had all week. The KR Sport Cosmic Kart, defensive into turn 11. Jack looks back, it's West from Morris. Norman, and Jeremy Roivers is now 1 second clear. He disappears at the top right of your screen from Austin in second. The battle for third, West, Morris, Norman, Antoine Lemieux. Kellerup, Will Pemble outstanding with a 50.232 as Christian Sayerson with a 50.196 goes fastest. Norman on the outside, it becomes the inside. Tobias down the inside, can't do it. Antoine just behind. Lemoir, Quebec champion, Montreal Cup champion from grid 20, now ahead of Kellerup and Will Pemble. Jeremy Roivers, 2 laps from getting maximum points for the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. Was quick also at Cremona, but not this sort of speed. Fabulous combination. Starts his penultimate lap of the race. The gap, 9/10 of a second. Remember, he was in P2 from Austin Lee, who's still in second. This is Jack West, Eva Morris, Norman, Antoine Lemieux, Pemble, Kellerup, Langlois, Tom, and Nick Trebech. The Cremona race winner in P10. West and Morris, the Brits 3 and 4.
Indeed so, Eva Morris on the back of Jack West, setting up a really nice switchback and wasn't scared to get her elbows out versus Tobias Norman a lap ago either. Really punchy, really aggressive, you know, very much on the limit, but not a centimetre over it. These conditions, though, faring very nicely for Jeremy Roivers, who will start the final lap of the race very shortly. 24 degrees Celsius. Very used to conditions like these in the south of Spain, knows how to deal with the tyre when it starts to drop off as it gets a bit too hot, knows how to deal when the kart starts skipping because it's almost got too much grip, especially around a technically complex circuit like WACKERSDORF. A great combination for Jeremy Roivers to excel, and he's shown exactly that. Defensive on the final lap, which Jack West will desperately try to hang on to third position from Eva Morris, who's also got to look over her shoulder because Tobias Norman and Antoine Lemieux are making some moves. Down the inside goes the Dane on Eva Morris, who gets the switch back off the exit of turn number 5. We'll find our way ahead through the right-hander and now towards, of course, the right-left chicane, the midpoint of the circuit. Jack West, that might have given him the breathing space that he needs to go on and take third position. The gap is a bit bigger, very wide entry in towards turn number 10. Really does invite a nice end for the late apex hairpin, but Eva Morris nowhere near close enough. Jack West now through turn 11, the penultimate corner, will hang on to third position, but at the sharp end of the field, well, so far it's 6 from 6. Checker flag flies. Jeremy Roivers will take victory in Senior Max pre-final away from Austin Lee, 1.3 seconds back. Jack West will hang on, a brilliant drive from the Brit, the 3:37, up 8 places to finish third, and a fantastic drive from Eva Morris to stay firm in what was a very intense pack. Tobias Norman up 2, Antoine Lemieux 14, and Will Pemble 17 places gained, 24th all the way up to P7.
Well, again, we asked the rhetorical question. We've always got an answer for it. Jeremy Roivers. Can anybody beat him this afternoon? Austin Lee was looking good briefly. He took the lead from grid 3 for the first 4 laps of the pre-finals. Jack West, Eva Morris stormed their way up through, as did Will Pemble and Tobias Norman. And then there's great pass into turn 11. Austin Lee tried to fight back, couldn't do it. And from there, Jeremy simply drove away to win by 1.3 seconds. Hard break for Dragos. Avashil Kulte, the rear bumper dragging on the circuit. The mechanical defect flag. The damage was too much, and the Austrian had to pit. His morning was over. Great fight for third, fourth, fifth, sixth. Jack West saving his best for this time of the weekend, coming from grid 11. Come home third from Eva Morris, Tobias Norman, Antoine Lemieux, and Will Pemble. What a drive! Outstanding from grid 24. Pemble comes home 7 from Tom Langlois, and the Cremona race winner, Nick to the badge. Jeremy, the Dutch Spaniard, P1 from the American-German Austin Lee. Jack, Eva, Tobias Norman, Antoine Lemieux. Outstanding from Pemble. Tom Langlois, then it's to the badge. The Slovenian Matthias Kellyarab, good drive to P10. Leon Hasty, the Scotsman from Sebastian Koch. Sayerson, who was setting fastest lap after fastest lap. Ultimately a 50.156 fastest on circuit. Lichtner, Konopka, Archer, Anderson, Arnold Sabaran. Rory Armstrong comes roaring through the field to finish in 19th from the final row of the grid from Yuri Skuins. We did lose Sveti Uben on the first lap, and Dragos Avashilgute, look at that, position 35, retiring from the pre-final. Jeremy Roivers takes pole position on Friday here at WACKERSDORF. He lapped in a time of 49.571. He raced 5 heats. He took 5 victories. He starts pole position for pre-final A. Jeremy Roivers wins pre-final A. Jeremy Roivers, car 3, 2, 1, pole position this afternoon for round 2. The Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy here at Pro-Kart Raceland WACKERSDORF in Germany. The Dutch Spaniard on pole in the race of 401T Tony Kart. Well, a driver who's almost had equally as good a run is Teresa Babičková. 3 heat victories out of 5 thus far. 21-year-old from just over the border in the Czech Republic. We'll start on pole position in just a moment, which means her father, Velki Zdenek, he's about to watch the oldest of his 3 daughters, of his 4 children race. Teresa, the Teps racing team. That's the T, along with Aleshka, Petra and Zdenek, who we saw in action this morning in Junior Max. So 50% of the Babichkovas or Babacheks racing here on what is not exactly a home race, but it's not too far from home. Remember, we go to Genk, the home of champions, in Belgium for round 3 in June of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy, and then Trinec, the steel ring, for the final round on the second week of September. This is the grid for our final pre-final of the morning. Teresa Babichkova, Tino Sidler, last year's race winner, Lewis Gilbert, out of grid 3, the driver from the west of Scotland, ahead of Macaulay Bishop. Watch him out of grid 4. Lucas Schlegel, Brian van der Werken, Freddie Lloyd for the Evolution Racing Team. Ryan Gandor, Titouan Lescali, and Miguel Soltish out of grid 10. Max Sadursky for the Stampex Motorsport Team. Brendan Truman, Tom Stirl, Noah Janssen, Boris Fahaj, Andrea Remy, the Italian from the Emirates. Lado Kukienitze, whose brother was racing in the British Formula 4 Championship last week. Bastian Ottensummer, Simon Anderson and Koen Willems for the GKS Lemons Power Team out of grid 20. Grid 21 sees Christian Becker, Maciej Vicker alongside Senior Pesh Ornabol. She's alongside her countryman, Isaac Veg Larsen, Maciej Konik, Flukiger, Martin Varga, Marco Bernardi for the Infinity Racing Team, Bo Ulrichs, and Maximilian Lupa, the KRK Racing Team out of grid 30. Deacon Russell, Priam Lelang, who pulled off a fabulous move in his penultimate heat yesterday. Noel Sumberi, Uros Bogdanic, Jakub Vondricek, and Miles Roby out of grid 36 for MLC Motorsport. You ride on board with the Italian Marco Bernardi for the Infinity Racing Team. Live pictures coming in from the Italian's kart, who's starting way back on grid 28, trying to make it through to the final this afternoon. Teresa Babichkova on pole position. To the left of your screen for Dan Holland Racing. Tino to the right. We race the final pre-final this morning. Tino on the outside as Lewis launches down the inside. Gilbert has gone through to take the race lead. Luca, the Austrian, makes it a Craft Motorsport 1-2. Fantastic start. Gilbert from Schlegel. Teresa back into P4. Bishop's gone off the circuit, as has Bran van der Werken. Lescali, Soltish and Noah Janssen. Craft Motorsport 1-2. What a start from the 21-year-old Scotsman who made his debut in British Formula 3. That's the GB3 Championship at Silverstone last week for the Arden International Team. You ride on board with Marco Bernardi.
Lap 1 in the books and on to 2. Lewis Gilbert, a sensational launch for the Scotsman. Exactly what he needed to do there. Saw the gap into T3, and I love the fact there was zero hesitation from the Austrian of Schlegel to follow him through. Of course, the high side is banked, so the outside can work. However, that wasn't the case. Lewis Gilbert seized the opportunity, took the lead of the race, and well, now is reaping the reward of it. The two teammates running 1.4 seconds clear of Freddie Lloyd, who suffered a DQ yesterday. Was meant to line up this race on pole position, but came in 300 grams underweight at the weighbridge. And that cost him the entire heat score of his fifth and final heat of the weekend. So that dropped him down into P7 on the grid. He is still a front-running contender, is Freddie Lloyd, for this weekend. 4 places into third. Then comes Babichkova, who's dropped down a few places into 4th position, but still on the back of Freddie Lloyd as the two teammates right now. You can probably expect will parade around for at least a while until they realise they're safe. As soon as I say that, though, here comes the move down the inside from the 371. No team orders at Craft, as the Austrian will fire one down the inside and take the lead of the race on that 3 of 14.
Multiple Austrian champion Lucas Schlegel goes on through to take the race lead away from his Scottish teammate. We just got a glimpse of Brian van der Werken's kart abandoned at the side of the circuit. Macaulay Bishop has pulled off some outrageous passes. Not only this weekend, but all throughout his career. But I can tell you, Macaulay Bishop has just driven into pit lane. His morning is over. Former British, European, world champion Macaulay Bishop. MacB is out, as is Koen Willems and Bran van der Berken. Luca with the race lead from Lewis. Craft Motorsport, Potenza Racing Engines. Lewis with the CS55 kart and Luca with the Tony kart, virtually identical. They are both OTK karts, different homologation. In reality, you would struggle to find a difference apart from the colour. Freddie Lloyd up into P3. Disappointment for Freddie Lloyd yesterday, who won his final heat only to come in 300 grams underweight, but is recovered this morning. He's ahead of Babichkova, the poles here to Max Zadursky, Andrea Remy with a storming start. The Emirati ahead of Bastian Ottenstammer, the second Austrian, as the leaders go up into turns 3 and 4, the highest part of this circuit, which is actually some 400 meters above sea level. Here in the Bavarian countryside, Truman, Strel, Lescali, Anderson, Lado Kukinidze is, as we say, his older brother Mate Kukinidze, racing with us last year in the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. The Georgian, Mate racing in British Formula 4, Lado racing here with us in round 2 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. He's in P12 ahead of Marco Bernardi, who has passed 15 karts, carrying our on-board camera. Marco Bernardi with a 50.832 has come from grid 28 to be in 13th, trying to put the Infinity Racing kart into the final this afternoon. As it stands, it's Reuvers and Babichkova who will start on the front row of the grid for the final. Langwa Lee on the second row, and Gilbert and Schlegel, who run second and first respectively on your screen. They'll be on the third row of the grid for the final this afternoon. Approaching half race distance, our final pre-final of the morning. Luca, the multiple Austrian champion. Lewis Gilbert as well, British champion. As we say, now British Formula 3 driver in the GB3 series. In second place with a fantastic start. The gap back to Freddie Lloyd for the multiple British and European winning Evolution Racing team. Lewis launches down the inside, takes his teammate. The gap is 2.3 seconds back to Freddie Lloyd.
Nice move there from Lewis Gilbert to find his way back into the lead of the race. The two teammates are free to race, I would say, coming into the second half of the race. You know, they're being methodical about it, they're being logical, right? They're not battling too much. There was a number of times where Gilbert was more than close enough for ascend, especially by Lewis Gilbert's standards, to go for a move and opted not to. They're being really clever about this. They know that a 1 and 2 is all but guaranteed. And right now, they've got a 2.2 second margin back to Freddie Lloyd. They'll give it a few more laps, I think, before we really start to see the gloves come off, if they come off at all. Right now, Lewis Gilbert is sat good enough for 5th place on the grid, matched on points with Austin Lee, up towards turn 3 once again. And you can see the 371 more than close enough for ascent to turn number 3 and not opting for it. Lewis Gilbert, as it stands, P5, I say, overall, and that'll be a really good opportunity for him to make up some places on the opening lap of the final later on this afternoon. So right now in a very good place is Lewis Gilbert. Freddie Lloyd, like I say, as well, picking up some decent points. Currently not in the top 8 overall, but probably in and around that sort of top 10 region is Freddie Lloyd, so we'll be making some moves. Babichkova, not the best showing for the Czech from pole position, but it has been a bit of a wild race, especially with the start from the two Craft Motorsports. So Babichkova will be starting outside front row again if it stays as it is, alongside Jamie Reuvers for the final. He is going to be a tough adversary to beat, but Babichkova definitely has got the ammunition to take the fight. Remy Ottenstammer, 11 and 12 places gained respectively in 5th and 6th, with just what it'll be about 5.5 laps left to go now, as Lewis Gilbert and Luke Schlegel will lead them up to the top of the hill. A brilliant drive thus far from them. The same can't be said for the likes of Macaulay Bishop and Tino Sidler. Bishop out of this race, Tino Sidler down in P24 and at 22 down from where he started. It has not been the Swissman's day in the slightest here on Sunday.
The gap coming down slightly between Luca and Freddie for second and third. Tituan Lescali puts in a purple sector ahead of Laro Cucchianizze. Marco Bernardi sta facendo una gara strepitosa. Grande lavoro il suo meccanico Daniele Vezzelli. The Infinity Racing Team driver has passed 16 karts. Marco Bernardi, 12ª posizione, the Italian in P12. Behind Laro Cucchianizze. Senior paint Ornable. Anderson, the two Danes, Bottas Fahaj, the 50.215. The Dutchman, the fastest driver on the circuit for Martin Varga, who's up into 16th. Remember, for 36 drivers here, their morning ends in 3.5 laps time. 90 drivers in Senior Max. Down to the final 72. And then the final 36 to race the final this afternoon. Third and fourth, Lloyd Babichkova, Evolution Racing and Dan Holland Racing respectively. Craft Motorsport, 1-2, Bastian, the second Austrian. That's Ottensummer. KSB Birrell Art Racing Team. Outstanding from Bastian. From grid 18 into 5. Remy, 16th to 6th. Max Zadursky, 11th to 7th. Head of Tom Strell, the former Latvian Nordic and Winter Cup champion. Truman and Laro Cucchianizze in P11. Bernardi, head of Senior Paint Honorable. Tituan Lescali now with a 50.173. French regional champion from Brittany. That was Bernardi going through, who's almost inside the top 10, a chance to make it through to the final this afternoon. These two certainly will, these four in fact. Back to the race leaders, 2.5 laps remaining here this morning. The temperature up to 25 degrees Celsius. The sun is shining, the breeze is blowing nicely. It is springtime here in the beautiful Bavarian countryside. This is WACKERSDORF Pro Kart Raceland. The circuit built back in 1997, a 30-year, 3-decade anniversary, hosting Round 2, the Rotax Max Challenge. Euro Trophy presented for the third year now by WSK Promotion.
Penultimate lap of the race for Lewis Gilbert as he'll tick his way on to lap 13 of 14. Lukas Schlegel, and comes Freddie Lloyd and Teresa Babichkova just in behind. Babichkova keeping Freddie Lloyd honest, and to be fair, the gap has come down slightly, but we're talking like a 1/10 of a second for the last 3 laps or something like that. By no means meaningful enough to be chasing after the two Craft Motorsports who have played this race to near perfection, to be honest. Lewis Gilbert, Lukas Schlegel, teammates and, well, racecraft absolutely there through the chicane for the penultimate time. Is there anything Babichkova can do to find herself up in a third position? It won't really make any difference in terms of the starting order for the final. In fact, it won't make any difference for the starting order for the final, whether she finishes 3rd, 4th, even 5th or 6th. Babichkova will start on the front row for the final, but it's also the crucial championship points, an extra 2 for finishing in 3rd. On board with Marco Bernardi, as we see a bit further down in the field, however, has been making some moves, up 16 from 28th up into P12 and giving us some good action on board there. Live pictures from round number 2 on the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. Final lap of the race, and Lewis Gilbert looks to bring this one home from a very well-calculated race from Craft Motorsport.
The final lap of our pre-finals here this morning here at WACKERSDORF. It was 2017 when Paulo De Conto won the KZ World Championship, and of course 3 years ago Paulo Ippolito winning the KZ World Championship, Nils Truga winning the KZ2 World Cup. Round 2, the Rotax Max Challenge at Euro Trophy here in the springtime, here in Bavaria. Jeremy Roivers starts pole position this afternoon for the final in Senior Max. He'll be joined by Teresa Babichkova. She'll cross the line in P4, but it's Lewis Gilbert from Lukas Schlegel. The Craft Motorsport drivers, the Scotsman, the Austrian, 1-2 to win pre-final B. Freddie Lloyd, Teresa Babichkova, P4 is enough for her to join Jeremy on the front row of the grid for the final. We take a look at the highlights of pre-final B. Teresa Babichkova from pole position. We'll get back to that in just a moment. Lewis Gilbert launching through with a fabulous pass to take the race lead from the inside second row of the grid. Racing nicely with his Austrian teammate, Luca Schlegel. Traded positions multiple times. But it's the driver, the 21-year-old from the west of Scotland, who takes it from the three-time Austrian champion, Luca Schlegel. Freddie Lloyd, Evolution Racing. Where would he have started on the grid this afternoon had he have not been DNF'd? Or DQ'd yesterday for being 300 grams underweight after winning his final heat. Finishes P3 from Teresa Babichkova and Bastian Ottensammer. So the grid provisionally this afternoon. Here's Lado Kukinidze. What a drive from Bernardi. It is Jeremy Roivers, pole position alongside Teresa Babichkova. Second row of the grid, Tom Langlois alongside Austin Lee. Third row of the grid, the drivers who just finished 1-2 in pre-final B, Lewis Gilbert. And in fact, Luca Schlegel, they'll be split by Eva Morris, in fact, and Tino Sidler, last year's race winner. The Swiss driver will start outside row 4 this afternoon. 208 drivers from 35 nations around the world. Here at Wackersdorf, 90 in the Senior Max class, 72 have just raced the final pre-final. We're down to the final 36, as you can see. Our first pre-final is in just over an hour from now. DD2 and DD2 Masters, followed by Mini, Junior Max and Senior Max. Here in beautiful Bavarian sunshine at this magnificent Pro Kart Raceland Wackersdorf circuit. Nice to have your company. We will take a break though and join us in just over an hour. The first of our 4 finals, this is round 2, the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy, presented by WSK Promotion for the 3rd year now at the magnificent Wackersdorf circuit. We'll see you in just over an hour for the first of our 4 finals, starting with DD2. For the moment, we say Tschüss, auf Wiedersehen. We'll see you in just over an hour. The sun is shining. It is a beautiful springtime day here in the Bavarian countryside. We welcome you to WACKERSDORF Pro Kart Raceland for round 2, the 2026 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy presented by WSK Promotion. 208 drivers from 35 nations around the world have arrived at this magnificent, this historic circuit, which was built back in 1997. 3 decades of world-class competition. And we've arrived here after a wet, rainy season opener at the Cremona circuit in Italy. From here we go to Genk in Belgium, the home of champions for round 3 and the series final at the Steel Ring in Třinec, the Czech Republic. Incidentally, we're only about 30 kilometres from the Czech border for this round 2, the second of 4 rounds for 2026. Drivers down on the circuit, 36 drivers for the first of our finals. It is DD2 and DD2 Masters, being led by the European champion Jakob Beschel, who'll start on pole position. For the Craft Motorsport team, it was Michael Rosina, the Italian, who won in Italy the first round of the championship. He is the championship leader coming into this, the second round of the series, but Michael starting back on the grid considerably will have a tough job here this afternoon. Well, before we do get underway with the first of our finals here this afternoon, DD2. The sun is shining, but that is not the case all around the world. As you no doubt would have heard, some very sad news coming in the last 24 hours, because we have lost a true champion and a true friend. Born in 1966, the great Alessandro Zanardi passed away hauntingly, ironically, on May 1st after a short illness. He was 2-time IndyCar champion in 1997 and 1998. He made 44 Formula One starts with Jordan, Minardi, Lotus and Williams. He was a 4-time Paralympic gold medalist at London in 2012 and at Rio de Janeiro in 2016. To us, we know him as a kart racer. He shot to prominence in the 1980s, driving a Kali kart, often together with the great Dino Chiesa. They worked as a team. They won international title after international title. And then in 2004, he launched his own brand, the Zanardi kart, which won the World Championships with Nick de Vries in 2010, 2011 and 2017 with Danny Curl. Alessandro Zanardi, always with a smile on his face, passing away on May 1st, just 48 hours ago. He was 59 years of age. In remembrance of a great champion and a great friend, a minute's silence for the late, great Alessandro Zanardi. Alex Zanardi, a champion, never forgotten. May he rest in peace. The first final here this afternoon, Rotax Max at DD2 and DD2 Masters. The sun shining, we are ready to race in just a few moments over 15 laps of this 1.2 kilometre circuit. But firstly, let's check out some of the highlights of what has been a magnificent week here at WACKERSDORF. The karts on the grid, the temperature is up to 27, in fact 28 degrees Celsius. It is springtime here in the Bavarian countryside. We welcome you to Pro Kart Raceland WACKERSDORF, Round 2 the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy presented by WSK Promotion. Ian Sylvestrin with you in commentary, joined once again by Zach Sweeney. Zach, the weather has been beautiful and the racing, forgive the cliche, on track, it has been white hot as well.
Absolutely has been, and yeah, it's probably one of the worst days to be sat in a glass box, to be honest. I am baking. Put on some sun cream, as I understandably do, and still feeling the heat, so at least I won't be sunburnt at the very least. Nonetheless, the drivers getting themselves into the karts and getting themselves ready to go. There you can see front and centre Jakob Bejel, the reigning European champion, the 405 for Craft Motorsport, as a team looking very, very strong. Jakob Bejel, though, not the best of starts to the pre-final earlier, had a really strong run through the heats yesterday, currently leads the championship by 10 points over Leo Baccalini off the back of a very good run of form through Cremona. A podium for Jakob Bejel, P2 for Leo Baccalini, and Jakob Bejel bringing the heat this weekend at WACKERSDORF. He'll be looking to bounce back after dropping back to P5 from pole position in the pre-final earlier today. He'll be alongside Patrick Denise, so look out for Leo Baccalini and Ragnar Viras, who made the wrong call on tyres in the pre-final and suffered as a result. He finished P11. Has a chance of redemption though, does the Estonian. He starts P4 for the first final of the day.
Ragnar Viras inside second row of the grid. Former Grand Finals champion of the world. Has got one of the most popular YouTube channels in world karting, Kartletics 441. We'll watch him, the Estonian, the second row of the grid as Jakob Bejel, the Czech, from pole, leads the field away, and we take a look at the grid for round 2, the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy here at WACKERSDORF. Jakob Bejel, pole, Patrick Donizza, who had a stunning pre-final this morning, out of grid 2, the Italian Leo Baccalini, and Ragnar out of grid 4, Knud Nielsen, who'll make his debut in the Italian F4 Championship next week at Misano with the Real Racing Team, Edgars Vilkans, Leon Mandel, Nicolas Pecol, the first of the Masters drivers, and the second Frenchman, Antoine Barberou, out of grid 9, Hannes Morin alongside William Norbeck out of grid 11, who set the fastest lap in the pre-final this morning, alongside Valentino Fritsch on his home circuit. Michael Rosina, the Cremona race winner. Ben Descharbot. Len Nice back on 15th after not setting a time in qualifying. Val Kirstens, Shigel, Jan Pinto from Israel, Nico Kiam, the second Belgium. WK 444 back on 20 is Will Christensen. Patrick Nasher, one of multiple Swiss drivers here this weekend. Then it's Horvath. Manuel Tenschert will not take the start. Unfortunately, the 42-year-old who was on the podium 12 months ago out with injury. On debut from Qatar, Hamza Hashisho, Frederick Sorensen, Giuliano Cuccialillo, Roman Jaeger, Dimon Francesco also in the Masters class. Jaeger, then Arthur Widera, and Jort van Wijk back on grid 30. Michele Bortese, Martin Passandan, Matt McGilgray, Mirko Gervasone, Ben Kaminski on the final row of the grid alongside Anthony Kujats for the Craft Motorsport team. Jakob Beschel finishing second to Michael Rosina, took the fight to the Italian at Cremona, the first round of the championship. Michael back on the grid. 12th, in fact 13th on the grid for the MKC Motorsport team. He's the Cremona race winner. Jakob Beschel, pole position for the Craft Motorsport team. To the left of your screen, Patrick to the right. The sun shining here at beautiful WACKERSDORF. We welcome you to Bavaria, round 2, the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. The Czech on pole, DD2, the final, up to the line. We race. Beschel times that perfectly. Look at the lead as Baccalini races through into position 2. Zach, that was a brilliant start from Jakob Beschel. He's already got an enormous lead as we've got a massive pile up into turn 4 at the top of the hill.
Yeah, we do indeed. One of them involved was the 401 of Knut Nielsen, not the end to his weekend that he'd have wanted by any means. Jakob Beschel really backing them up on the run to the lights. Very cleverly done for his own good, not necessarily for the good of everyone else. He got the jump on the entire field. Meanwhile, we saw the calamity that happened up in towards turn number 3, banked on the high side and very much does invite that ascend or two. And well, it's at the expense of a number of drivers thus far. So far, so good, though, for the reigning champion of Jakob Beschel, looking to extend his margin at the top of the standings. Currently sits on 3.12 to Baccalini's 2.99, as we'll complete the halfway point of the DD2 Euro Trophy at the end of these 15 laps. It's Jakob Beschel from Baccalini, and then comes Patrick Denitzer, Vilkans, Nicholas Pico, of course, leading comfortably in the DD2 Masters, wants to fight outright, and right now is doing so, up 3 places and into the top 5.
Leon Mandel, another driver involved in that. That's really disappointing for the Austrian, who started out of grid 7, Jan Pinto, along with Knut Nielsen and Antoine Barbaros. So Mandel, Nielsen, they will not win today. What a start from Beschel, as we see Patrick up the inside. Nice pass. Puts Baccalini back a position. He's still on the podium. And then come the 2 Sodi cars, the first of which is the Latvian Edgars Vilkans. And then 517 is Nicholas Picot. He's the first Masters driver. He's won everything in the world of Rotax. DD2 Grand Finals champion, reigning European champion, also French champion in KZ2. Nicholas Picot goes deep under brakes up into turn 4. And look at that, the Masters driver. P5 outright. He's the fastest on the circuit behind the young Italian, Leonardo Baccalini. Beschel with a 1.5 second lead. Back to the pole, Patrick Donitza. Vilkans, Baccalini, Picot, Rania Veras back in P6. Norbeck, Kirstens, Hannes Moran, and Len Nice up into P10. That's a great start from the Belgian.
Lap 3 of 15, Jakob Beschel looking strong, 1.6 seconds clear of Patrick Denitzer as Vilkans rounds out the top 3. And look at the gap that Jakob Beschel has been able to build visually. It's quite immense. And, well, you can imagine physically in this race as well. 28 degrees Celsius in probably some of the most physical machinery that you can have in Rotax karting around a very physical circuit in the form of WACKERSDORF. The circuit very much rubbing in as Nicholas Pico fighting away with the likes of Leo Baccalini. Following the battle as well, the 467, that's Vilkans fighting away with Patrick Denitzer as well, trying to keep himself on the podium. Ascend to the inside from Nicholas Pico. Of course, that's an interclass battle. It's going to open the door for Ragnar Veras potentially, and also Leo Baccalini to get involved. Ascend round the outside, goodness me, from the 408 of Norbeck, trying to get involved through the wide entry of T10. And this is backing itself up very nicely, of course. It's playing into the hands of Jakob Beschel, obviously, but also Vilkans, who's been able to escape this train. Denitzer completes the podium. Nicholas Pico applying a bit of pressure. Then comes Baccalini and Ragnar Veras with Norbeck and Kirstens in hot pursuit just in behind as we complete the first third of this race.
Vilkans into second place. Ominously, Jakob with a 49.860. The only driver under the 50-second bracket is the race leader, the pole sitter, and now the championship leader. The race 1 winner at Cremona, Michael Rosina. Well, he's not had a good start. He won't win this afternoon either. Michael Rosina is down in position 18. The first third of this race, Nicholas Picot, P4. Outstanding from the French veteran. And a purple sector response from the other Sodi card, Edgars Vilkans. Norbeck, Kirstens, Maureen Fritsch on his home circuit. Valentino now inside the top 10 from the Hungarian Bendejabo. An unbelievable start by Giuliano Cucciolillo from near on the back of the grid up into 12th place. As we see the move down the inside, Nicholas Picol is on the podium outright. Nicholas Picol, P3 overall, and by some 17 positions, the first Masters driver. The Sodicart second and third. Remember, the Sodicart racing team have won every single KZ2 race in WSK World Competition. All 5 rounds of the Super Masters Series and the first 2 rounds of the Euro Series. 1, 2, 3 on the podium at times. The Sodicart Sigma chassis currently, though, it's second and third because the Lando Norris kart of the Kraft Motorsport Czech Jakub Beschel, he's 2.4 seconds clear with a 49.747. Like a jet is the Czech. Zach, I'm going to call this. I know the Italians are very superstitious. The Czech, not so much. I don't know about the English. Jakub Beschel is going to win.
We're English, we say it how it is, and I think Jakub Beschel is probably in the best position to take this victory on raw pace. He's unmatched. I don't think on pace alone anyone can catch him, right? Vilkans has shown that he's matching his pace within half a tenth of a second, so it's not like Jakub Beschel is completely gapping him. Beschel's gap has come as a result of a very good start and a very consistent rhythm very early on in this race, able to benefit from everyone else's battling, and he's been able to, of course, be the beneficiary of that. He's not miles quicker than the rest of the pack, but he's quicker than them every single lap of this race thus far. He's grown the gap to 2.5 seconds, so much so that now, as the race is settled and people are actually starting to work together, on pure pace he's uncatchable. If he makes a mistake or has some trouble, that's a completely different thing, but in terms of the ideal scenario now for Jakub Beschel, it's his race to lose, absolutely. Vilkans, of course, his focus is going to be to try and close the gap, use Jakub Beschel as a bit of a target, and in doing so will pull himself away from the chasing Nicholas Picot, who of course is P1 in the Masters, P3 overall. That promotes Patrick Denitsa P3 in the sort of normal DD2 class, if you like, so Denitsa still technically on the podium. And right now Vilkans wants to get as far away from that chasing pack as possible, ideally onto the back of Jakub Beschel, but more realistically just secure a second position into the second half of this race.
The Sodicart second and third. Picot, Donitsa, Bacalini, Rania Vera still in P6. This is the race leader. Walking distance from the Czech border is the WACKERSDORF circuit, albeit a long walk, a pleasant bike ride here in the Bavarian forest. The Czech in P1, down through turns 9 and 10, this fantastic chicane. And look at the rubber with the warm temperatures, the Mojo tyres, the rubber line being painted onto the circuit. Out of turn 11, glances back over the left shoulder, back to the Latvian, Edgars Vilkans, who puts in a purple sector. The gap, 2.5 seconds. Picot, first Masters driver. The second is Dimo, not Francesco, who's in P18 outright. He's had a fabulous first half of the DD2 final. And Jaeger, that's Roman, third of the Masters drivers, just ahead of Michele Borzese. The gap, 2.541 seconds. It has not changed. Coming out of the turn 6 hairpin, we are into the final third of the first of our 4 finals here this afternoon. Rides the ripple strip down through the chicane. The Sodicart second and third, Donitsa, Bacalini, Vieras, Norbeck, Kirstens, Marin, Bendejabo goes through, Hedda Cucciolillo, Horvath, Len Nice falls back to 13. Will Christensen, WK from grid 20 and 14 in the 444 RS competition car. Beschel rounds the final corner. Again, we'll gauge the gap. Across the line at 98.6 kilometers an hour, 2.54 seconds. Nicholas Picol, Masters driver, goes purple, 49.654. He is the fastest driver on the circuit. Zach, that's outstanding from the French veteran.
I mean, he has just been on fire, basically, in DD2 Masters, won everything there is to do it. He's not, no offense to the other Masters, but he's not really being challenged at all. But this challenge now of rising to the overall field, which is a very star-studded grid. You've got Jakub Beschel, of course, reigning Euro champion, Ragnar Viris, previous world champion, amongst a plethora of other achievements through the rest of the field. Nicholas Picot, experienced and definitely bringing that experience to what has been a very challenging week here in WACKERSDORF. Very intense. You've had to have your wits about you. You've had to have that level of awareness, pure pace, consistency, racecraft, and Pico currently up 5 places. He's also had to work for it in this race. He hasn't just started at the front. He's worked his way up from the back end of the top 10 now to be in P3 overall. Another fastest lap of the race as well. He's going even quicker, 49.606. Everyone incredibly consistent. In fact, P1 and P2, Bajul and Vilkan, matched to the 1,000th of a second of 49.724 for the pair of them. Pico reeling Vilkan's back in the gap well and truly under a second and under 9/10 of a second as well. He's bringing Patrick Denitsa with him. Nicholas Pico could well spark a fight for second yet in this race.
Comes out of turn 11, glances over the shoulder. Jakob Bešel, 2.4 seconds clear. Says Volkans, Pico, Denitsa, Bakalini, Norbeck, Kirstens. Marine, Szabo, Vieras goes through. Kuccialilo, Horvath, Christensen. WK now up into 13th. The race leader, gap out to 2.5 seconds. 2.5 laps away from victory. This famous circuit where Paulo Di Conto won the KZ1 World Championship in 2017. Paulo Ippolito, 2023, took the KZ World title. We raced here last year in the first round of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy 2025. The winner, would you believe, was none other than the race leader, Jakob Bešel. It's looking good for JB to win at WACKERSDORF for the second year in a row. William Norbeck, who was fastest in the final, the pre-final this morning with a 49.583, 0.2 of a second faster than the driver on your screen. But Jakob Bešel for Craft Motorsport starts his penultimate lap of the race. Pico with a 49.534 on the podium outright. The first of the Masters drivers. Jakob Bešel comes out of the turn 6 hairpin. Vilkans from Latvia. Pico in third. The Soddy kart second and third. Jakob Bešel, the Lando Norris car, prepared by the team from outside Hamburg in Germany, Craft Motorsport. Again, glances back out of turn 11. This time round, he will get the last lap board. 1 lap from taking his second victory in a row. He won the first round of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy in 2025. Glances back to say, where are you, boys? He will win for the second year in a row the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy race here at WACKERSDORF. The driver from just over the border in the Czech Republic will win this afternoon here at WACKERSDORf in Germany.
What a drive it's been this weekend for Jakob Bešel through Friday, Saturday. Not the best of mornings in the pre-final, but you can almost let him off with the stellar performance that he's pulled off this afternoon in a very warm 28 degrees here in the Bavarian forest. Jakob Bešel has risen to the occasion, a slow start and a consistent rhythm to get the jump on his competitors. He's got about a third of a lap left to go, 2.3 seconds clear of Vilkans. He's been under zero pressure as our race leader. He rounds the final corner and will go back-to-back here in WACKERSDORF. Jakob Bešel extends the lead at the top of the championship and completes the halfway mark of the 2026 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy in DD2. Vilkans and Nicholas Pico on the overall outright podium will win in Masters, with Patrick Denitsa completing the, well, standard DD2 podium in P4. What a drive that was from Jakob Bešel, and the Czech, well, unstoppable in WACKERSDORF. Let's take a look at some of the highlights, and this is what I was talking about in terms of a slow start, getting the jump on his competitors, crawling his way to the line, leaving it until the last possible moment. It caused a bit of an upset up towards turn number 3. We lost some of our big hitters right from the very get-go. Knut Nielsen, one of them sandwiched and pinched at the apex. Meanwhile, the likes of Vilkans would slowly work his way up 4 places. I say slowly, very quickly worked his way up 4 places to be contending with the likes of Denitsa, Leo Baccalini and Nicholas Pico in the Soddy car. Would very quickly stake his claim at the sharp end of the field. Some sends left, right and centre. That was one there from Pico, a very wide entry in towards turn number 10, opening the door for some pretty spicy racing. Also had Vilkans, again, another one of the Soddy karts working his way forwards and getting involved, would then pull away from this pack as a result of this battling. Pico desperately trying to keep the likes of Baccalini at bay, and Norbeck trying to send one to the outside of T10. It was left, right and centre, and that is Nicholas Pico showcasing his brilliance. Jakob Bešel, though, was unstoppable up in front. Vilkans, the Latvian, very content and very happy, you can imagine, with finishing P2 from 6th place on the grid, and Nicholas Pico outright podium for the DD2 Master.
JB goes 2 in a row, and I can tell you the Craft Motorsport team, They are celebrating as they're about to greet their driver in Parc Fermé. Beschel takes the victory. Vilkans in second place. Nicholas, third outright for the first Masters driver. Patrick Donica just misses the podium. Baggolini, Norbeck, Val Kirstens, Hannes Marin, Ben Dejabo, and Ranja Viras. It was not the Estonian stay. He finishes in P10. Kuchalilo, what a drive from grid 26. Horvath ahead of Will Christensen, Nico Guillaume. Schigel, Michael Racina wins at Cremona, but only 16th this afternoon here in Germany. Finishes ahead of Len Nice, Frederick Sorensen, Patrick Nasha, Hamza Hashisho from Qatar. Great effort this weekend on debut. Timo Francesco, second Masters driver. And will be joined by Roman Jaeger, the German, here in Germany as the third Masters driver. So Pico takes the Masters win from Timo Francesco and Roman Jaeger. Michele Borzese, head of Artur Vidra, Gavassoni. Ben Kaminski from the back of the grid comes home 26. Antoine Barbarou, Mac McGilgrave, Passandin. And the final finisher from Poland was Antoni Kujac, also for the Craft Motorsport. We did lose, unfortunately, Valentino Frich. No success on his home circuit. Nielsen Pinto was out Mandel in that first corner incident. Jakob Beschel wins round one of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy here at Wackersdorf in 2025. It's the second round in 2026, and the result is exactly the same. Jakob Beschel for the Craft Motorsport team will stand on the top step of the podium. In just a moment, he'll be joined by Edgars Vilkans and Nicolas Picot. Third outright for the Frenchman and wins the Masters class. Zach, Nicolas Picot, we cannot give him enough praise. Not only third outright, he actually recorded the fastest lap of the race, 49.534. Wins Masters, and he was the fastest driver in an excellent first of four finals this afternoon.
Yeah, he was setting the standard, Nicolas Picot there. And, well, living up to his challenge of trying to fight in the overall standings. To be honest, if you counted his points in the overall classification, I don't think he would be far off championship contention, in all honesty. Quick rundown as to how it sits provisionally, by the way. 312 for reigning Euro Trophy champion Jakob Beschel, who is just constantly consistent. Leo Baccalini on 296, so what is that, about 18 behind, is it? 16 behind Jakob Beschel. And then 1 point behind that is Patrick Donita, 296 to 295. Michael Rosina, after victory in Cremona, only managed 14th today. Sorry, even worse, only 16th for the Italian. So we'll leave Wackersdorf and go into the second half of the Euro Trophy season on 281 points. Still definitely doable, only 21 points off the back of Jakob Beschel. Norbeck, Ragnar Viras, separated by 2 points. Barbaro and Maureen, your top 8 in the Provisional Championship in DD2. Of course, Jakob Beschel will be looking to go back-to-back in the Euro Trophy. Of course, still 2 more rounds to go. Home of Champions at Genk in a few weeks' time, and then, of course, to Trinets at the end of the year, awaiting the arrival of some of our drivers. A beautiful day here at Wackersdorf, 28 degrees Celsius. It is toasty here in the Bavarian Forest. A very picturesque circuit, though. Couldn't ask for a better location, to be honest, to nestle a racetrack into. It is a lovely drive around. You can understand as to why so many hikers and cyclists come down and explore this area. Very beautiful. The circuit itself, 29 years of operation, built in August of 1997 here in Bavaria. Just waiting for the drivers, of course, from the DD2 and DD2 Masters final to make their way to the podium for results to be confirmed, and then we can hand out some amazing trophies for the first of our 4 finals today. Now you can see some of the Minimax drivers making their way to the grid, and what a race this is looking out to be as well. There you can see the trophies we'll be handing out, and as per usual, presented very, very nicely indeed. One for first, second, third, and then, of course, for the Team Craft Motorsport are going to be very happy. And they might well be able to bring home some more hardware a bit later on in the day. We'll have to wait and see as to what the rest of the day can bring us. Those sparkle umbrellas as well on the grid, I'm sure very appreciated by the grid girls, because it is toasty out there. The drivers in their, of course, overalls and the underwear as well, plus the helmet, it does get very toasty. A very physical event, especially a very physical circuit as well. Particularly for the Minimax, they're on full throttle for quite some time. They're carrying quite a decent amount of speed through each of the corners, and at such a young age as well. it's a test of endurance, a test of stamina, and just to who is really putting the training, I guess, off the circuit as much as they have done it on the circuit as well. Ian's made his way down to the podium, so like I say, hopefully it won't be too much longer until we can hand out some trophies. Well, 2 sets of trophies for both DD2 and DD2 Masters in just a few minutes' time. You can see plenty of people enjoying a beverage or two, as you would naturally do. You're in Germany, it's a nice day. I mean, there's not really much more of a perfect opportunity to do it, to be honest. Hope everyone is enjoying their weekend here at the circuit. So it's next to Ian Salvation to talk you through all of the racing action here at Pro-Kart Raceland WACKERSDORF. Thank you to everyone for tuning in, keeping us company wherever you're watching from at home, whether that's on the Rotax channels or on the WSK Promotion YouTube channels or on Motorsport TV. Delighted to have your company, watching the stars of the future work their way through the ranks of karting and all the way to the top. Of course, a couple of them doing so. Lewis Gilbert, Senior Rotax, making his debut in GB3 just last weekend at Silverstone, his first ever single-seater debut. We've also had the likes of Mate Kobakitsi debut in the Rotax British Formula 4 Championship last weekend as well. Likes of Jacob Ashcroft, our reigning junior champion, making his debut in the Ginetta Junior Championship. Again, doing so at Silverstone last weekend, where he took a number of podiums. So the future absolutely is bright for a lot of these drivers to work their way through the ranks. Final preparations for the Minimax drivers, as they are very much anticipating the start of this final, as am I, to be honest. We look at the likes of Joshua Cook, James Roots, P1 and P2 on the grid. Some final photos being taken as well. Nicely done. Focusing there, the 1-2-1 of Austin Oman starts the next race from P7 for Sam Pollock Racing. Locked in and ready to go. Not got the helmet on yet, so he's going to need to do that, but he's getting himself ready. Definitely feeling the heat. So make sure you don't go anywhere. Of course, we've got our podium presentation in just a few moments' time, and then, of course, 2 Minimax for the second of our 4 finals this afternoon. Round 2 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy here at WACKERSDORF. We completed the opening round at a very contrasting climate in the form of Cremona a few weeks ago. DD2 was Michael Rosina that took the victory. Leo Backlini and Jakob Bezzel, the only driver to go back-to-back in terms of the podiums, keeping it consistent, P3 and P1 for the reigning champion. Of course, after today, we'll complete round 2 of 4 of the 2026 season. After this, we'll go to the Home Champions at Genk, and then, of course, to Steelring Trinets to round off the season, and then all eyes to the road to Portimao at the end of the year for the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. So once again, crown our world champions. Plenty of those on the fields of each of our categories. Of course, for the Minimax drivers, they get themselves a ticket last weekend, or last round. Joshua Cook would take the first one, the Minimax Italian Cup. Before we get to Minimax, though, let's head down to Ian for the first time today, the first of our 4 finals in the podium presentation.
Thank you so much, Zach. Yes, ready for the first of our 2 podiums. Remember, DD2 and then the DD2 Masters category. But firstly, DD2 outright. In 3rd place from Poland, Birol Art, KSB, Patrick Donitsa. Second place in the DD2 final here this afternoon from Latvia, G-Kart 53, Edgars Vilkans. The winner of round 1, the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy DD2 2025, has backed up to win for the 2nd year in a row. From the Czech Republic for the Craft Motorsport team, the winner here in WACKERSDORF. Let's hear a big round of applause for Jakob Bezzel. And representing the winning team, Craft Motorsport, Fabian Bach. Third place in the DD2 final here this afternoon from Poland, Patrick Donitsa. Second place from Latvia, Edgars Vilkans. The winner of round 2, the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy DD2, here at Pro Kart Raceland WACKERSDORF from just over the border in the Czech Republic for Craft Motorsport. Let's hear it for Jakub Beschel! And the winning Craft Motorsport team represented by Fabian Bach. The national anthem of the Czech Republic. The podium for round 2, the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy DD2. Third place, Patrick Donitsa. Second place, Edgars Vilkens. And the winner here at WACKERSDORF for the second year in a row, Jakub Beschel. A fantastic start to the first of our 4 finals this afternoon. 36 DD2 drivers, including the 6 Masters drivers. And as Fabian, Edgars and Jakub leave the podium, we'll move immediately in to the DD2 Masters podium here this afternoon as well. The Mini Max drivers there on the grid just a few moments before they get underway. But firstly, the Masters podium at round 2, the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy for Pro Kart Raceland WACKERSDORF. DD2 Masters, round 2, the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. In third place for RS competition from here in Germany, Roman Jaeger. Second place in DD2 Masters from Switzerland for Kart Team Maya, Timo Notafrancesco. Encore une autre fois, une autre victoria. Another time, another victory for the French veteran who actually finished third outright with the fastest lap of the race. The winner of DD2 Masters here at WACKERSDORF in the Sodi Kart from France, Nicolas Picot. And the winning Sodi Kart racing team represented by the former European ICA champion, Jean-Philippe Guignet. Third place in DD2 Masters, the German Roman Jaeger. Second place from Switzerland, Timo Notafrancesco. Yet another fantastic victory, finishing P3 outright and dominating DD2 Masters from France in the Sodi Kart, Nicolas Picot. And Monsieur Jean-Philippe Guignet representing the winning manufacturer, Sodi Kart. And maintenant, le Marseillaise, the national anthem of La France. DD2 Masters, third place, the German Roman Jaeger. Timon Otto Francesco from Switzerland, second. And another victory for the French veteran, Nicolas Picot. Zach, it is a beautiful sunny afternoon here at WACKERSDORF, 27 degrees. The mini drivers on the grid, and yes, pun intended, they are starting to cook. Literally, it is Joshua Cook who is on pole position. Zach.
Indeed so, Joshua Cook taking pole position in what has been a faultless weekend for the young Brit off the back of victory in Cremona after James Roots' penalty. Joshua Cook is firing on all cylinders and looking to do the sweep this weekend at WACKERSDORF. Speaking of James Roots, he joins him on the front row. Dropped back 3 seconds after finishing P1 on the circuit at Cremona. James Roots, another driver that will be looking to fire one back and get himself a ticket to Portimao. Joshua Cook has already won one by virtue of his performance at Cremona, so James Roots in the German Mini Cup will be looking to go for glory. Joshua Cook just wants the trophy. Mick Clinkers, Oscar Kenny behind that on row number 2. Look out for the likes of Logan Rolfe, the 135 KR Sport Machine. Good friend and teammate of the pole sitter Joshua Cook will be looking to carve his way up through the field. Sebastian Behrman alongside him on row 3. We'll run you through the full grid in a moment, but a huge race ahead of us in minis. Only 10 laps, and they are mini, but goodness me, the racing absolutely mighty. 35 karts taken to the start of the 11.9 kilometre race that we've got around Pro Kart Raceway, WACKERSDORF. Should be a very good one indeed. Myself, Zach Sweeney, and Sylvester in commentary, bringing you the action. What is a very warm day here at WACKERSDORF.
Did you hear my cross? Josh Cook, the drivers
Indeed.
are starting to cook.
Indeed, he probably is cooking on the grid, to be honest, sat in the helmet and overalls. I would be not liking that very much.
Let's be really quick then as we look at the highlights of a fabulous week here at WACKERSDORF in Minimax. Joshua and James, the Brits, on the front row of the grid for the Minimax final. 35 drivers here in beautiful Bavaria, the home of BMW. As you look at 1, 2, 3, this is James Roots looking to plant himself on the podium this afternoon. Den Holland Racing. It is springtime in this beautiful part of the world. There's James to the left of your screen, Joshua to the right. Second row of the grid, you can see Mick Clinkers, 105, Boulevard Power, the Dutchman, alongside OK, that's Oscar Kenny for Hunter Motorsport. Sebastian, that's Behrman, 137. We look to Oscar Kenny, that's the Hunter Motorsport kart. So the Brits, 5 of them in the first 6 positions on the grid. It is the Rotax German Euro Cup under the control of our race director, Mr. Alessandro Ferrari, together with deputy race director, Mr. Philip Trombeck. Green flag, there is the word from Mr. Ferrari. 10 laps of this 1,190 metre circuit on a beautiful springtime afternoon. 28 degrees Celsius. We set off on the formation lap and have a look at the grid. Joshua Cook will start on pole position. James Roots out of grid 2. Mick Clinkers, the first non-Brit. And it's OK. Oscar Kenny out of 4. Logan out of 5. Sebastian, that's Behrman. Austin Ahmad on his 11th birthday in 121. Would dearly love to stand on the podium. Dion Habet, Conrad Doyle, and Robin Raikkonen, 191, the Kart Republic, out of grid 10.
That rounds out the top 10. There comes De Jong and Charlie Page off the back of his maiden podium in the Euro Trophy. Starts this one from P12. Behind that comes the Austrian Platner alongside the Croatian Janis Sahavic for Strawberry Racing on row 7. Fulbrook Hammer alongside Oliveira. One of our Portuguese drivers represented in P16. Roberto, Teddy Murphy, Harris Barber and Alfie Garrett, the MLC Motorsport driver, down in P20.
We go to the 11th row of the grid. It's Luka Radenkovic, Jackson Hilton, Kevin Turbo, Rohan Izare from Albania, Jan Bosniak starts alongside Kilian Koma, Alex Mogabab, who won the Middle East Nations Trophy, the Lebanese-American Tristan Abels for Dams Racing, and Sofas Jakobsen back on grid 30.
Running out the grid for the final few positions. 35 cars take to the start as the Dane have got Chalk alongside Zani Hansler. Then comes the Czech of Zelensky. Got it all to do from P34. Same to Conradsson on the final row of the grid. A very lonely 18th row of the grid for the RS competition. Dane, and like I say, can only go forward from P35. Only got 10 laps to do it though. All eyes to the 175 of Joshua Cook. James Roots directly alongside him. Two adversaries across Cremona, same too with the likes of Mick Klinkers, who definitely has staked his claim at the sharp end. As they all try and negotiate their way through, no major casualties as they all continue. Back down the inside though, Joshua Cook retakes the lead.
Frantic start, there was a problem for Raikkonen. The car did not fire. Coming up to the line, we go full course yellow in fact. Joshua Cook raises the right arm. Also Luka Radenkovic and Sofas Jakobsen, they've come together off screen going into turn 5. Coming around the final corner, Robin Raikkonen, who was to start on grid 5. The car just bogged down badly, almost fouled. He got underway, but way down the bottom of the field, losing a ton of time. An incident for Sofas Jakobsen. We go full course yellow as we come across the line for the first time. Joshua Cook, James Roots start 1-2. They finish lap 1-1-2. Oscar Kenny, Klinkers, Behrman, Rolf. Austin's in 7 where he started. Dion Habatz, Conrad Doyle, Plattner, Jack Fulbrook Hammer, Ivan Yanis Siviec, Ryder Zhong, the young Australian on debut in Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. Incident for Luka Radenkovic and Sofas Jakobsen, who've gone full course yellow after just 5 corners. A frantic start for the German Rotax Euro Cup for Mini Max. Well, Zach, they started 1-2 on the grid. They're unaware of what happened down into turn 5 involving young Luka Radenkovic and Sofas Jakobsen. But they're still running 1-2, albeit under full course yellow.
Indeed so, and of course for the Minimax, the full course yellows are, more punishing because they take up more of the total race distance. The pace under full course yellow is fairly similar across the categories, but because they've got less laps, this is eating away at the race time left. Of course, for Joshua Cook, he's going to be loving it. James Roots, Oscar Kenny, and those that need to fight their way forwards, not so much. Also, just looking at people that have been fighting their way forwards, Godshaw up 16 from what was P31 now into P15. McCabgab as well, up 11 from 28th and into 17th. Hansler from 33rd to P20. Some big movers through the field. And more to come, I'm sure, over the rest of this race distance. James Roots, though, you have to say, did a brilliant job off the line to actually get himself a full cart's width ahead of Joshua Cook going through turn number 2 and up towards turn number 3. Joshua Cook then fired one back down the inside of T5 and was not waiting around. He did not want to risk getting swallowed up by the chasing pack, so almost immediately established control. And as a result, the full course yellow will now get to enjoy it at the very least for a couple of laps under very little pressure as we go back to green flag racing very soon.
In fact, this lap, Zach, the big loser out of that was Robin Raikkonen, who's crossed the line in 24th after starting grid 10. One more lap, in fact. No, it's green! Oh boy. The green flag was flying halfway through the field. There was confusion between the WACKERSDORF officials down on the start-finish line. Half the field saw a green flag and half still yellow. So officially we still stay yellow. This time we will go back green. Confusion at the start. So it is still Cook, Roots and Behrman. 1, 2, 3. And this time the green flag does fly. And we race the second half of the Minimax German Euro Cup. James goes down the inside as Joshua Cook goes wide. There's Clinkers around the outside, looking for space. The Bull Farm Power Tony Card. Almost contact between the Den Holland Racing and KR Sport cars. Move up the inside. Sebastian sends it on through. Behrman for Sam Pollard Racing through to second place. Austin Aman desperate to get up onto the podium in cart 121. Also for Sam Pollard Racing, Habez, Plattner, Dole, Fulbrook Hammer. Austin now in P4. Just go through turn 11. They are starting to freight trade behind. They crest the rise. We go into the second half of the Minimax German Euro Cup final. Across the line, Joshua Cook in the KR Sport Cosmic car. The gap, 0.3 of a second. It's not bad in Minimax racing. Sebastian second. De Kleine Jonge van the Netherlands. Mick Klinkers down through to P2. Signals frantically. We saw that in the pre-final. Suggesting to Sebastian that Joshua Cook, Grand Finals champion of the world, is getting away. Well, Mick, you did that in the pre-final, and the drivers behind took it as a signal to repass you. Looking behind is Mick Klinkers. The gap to Joshua Cook, 0.3 of a second as they come out of turn 11. Conrad Doyle fastest so far in a disjointed Rotax German Euro Cup. Mogabeb behind Jackson Hilton, Alfie Garrett, and the Portuguese champion Gustavo Oliveira. So it's Cook, Klinkers, Sebastian in third from Austin, the Sam Pollard Racing duo. 3 and 4, back to James Roots for Dan Holland Racing at the moment. Zach, he's not even on the podium.
It's not good at all for James Roots, is it? I mean, he's dropped back after an initially very good start, but this pack and this race very physical, 28 degrees air temp. It's going to be a very warm track and, of course, very small Mojo tyres for the Mini, so they're going to warm up quite quickly, often skipping over. They've got too much grip. And then just for the drivers, it's physical out there on circuit. A lot of camber changes, a few bumps around WACKERSDORF as well, and combine that with the heat and being sat in a very warm go-kart. It's not going to be easy in the slightest. Currently, Joshua Cook, though, is the one up in front. 3/10 clear of Mick Klinkers and Sebastian Behrman, who showcased some brilliant racecraft so far this season, has proved that once again here in WACKERSDORF. Now trying to work with Mick Klinkers to catch on to the back of Joshua Cook. 3 laps left to go as we tick our way onto the 8th lap of racing. Cook from Klinkers, Behrman, your top 3 from Austin Oman, who's up 3 places from where he started. Then comes, the next 3, 5, 6 and 7, Roots, Kenny and Rolf, down what is a net 7 positions between the 3 of them.
James Cook, the Cremona race winner from Mick Klinkers, who finished P5 at the first race in Italy. Now he's in second. Fastest on circuit is Austin with a 54.172. Sebastian, his Sam Pollard Racing teammate. They're both driving Kart Republics. Remember, Mick Klinkers in the Tony Kart, Joshua in the Cosmic for KR Sport. Effectively, they're both OTK karts out of the final corner. Approaching the end of the race. The gap will check it out to 3, almost 0.4 of a second as James Roots puts in a 53.986, but it may well be too late. The gap almost 0.4 of a second. Joshua looking to go 2 from 2 in the Rotax Max Challenge at Euro Trophy and take victory in the German Euro Cup. We'll already see him racing at Portimao, Algarve in this year's Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, but may well be a German Euro Cup champion as well. Mick Klinkers, though, tries to do something about that. Closes in slightly as they come out of turn 11 into turn 12. Too far back to attack. Crest the rise to get the last lap board. Joshua Cook, the Cremona race winner, starts from pole position. He is 1 lap away from victory here in WACKERSDORF.
Joshua Cook, what a weekend that young man has had. I mean, it's not over yet. 1.2 kilometers and 0.2 of a second separate Cook from Mick Klinker's defensive between the two Sam Pollitt racing machines. Behrman going defensive on Oman, who gets the up and under. That's the race for the podium, let's not forget as well. Behrman hangs on. Oman tries to get the move down in towards turn number 5, but can't quite manage it. Our focus though at the front. Mick Klinkers needs a sensational final half of this lap in order to take victory. Right now, he should get that ticket to Portimao by virtue of Joshua Cook already having one, but he wants the overall victory. Turn number 10, his best opportunity, been and gone. Very wide entry, so it invites that move to the inside, but Mick Klinker's running out of time now, also in the fight for the podium. Sebastian Behrman might well be able to hang on. He's got Austin Oman and James Roots for company. It's a battle that will go all the way down to the wire between the two, but out of the final corner, the checker flag will fly, and in Minimax, it's Joshua Cook defining domination here in WACKERSDORF. A close battle with Mick Klinkers, but Cook will hang on to take his second victory in the Euro Trophy. He ticked off the Italian Cup. He's now a German champion as well. Mick Klinkers and Sebastian Behrman will complete the podium. Austin Oman and James Roots very close behind in what was a very intense battle over the 10 laps of Minimax.
JC goes 2 from 2. Joshua Cook wins the German Rotax Euro Cup. This is how he did it. From the start, it was a good start from James Roots initially. The Den Holland racing driver. Unfortunately, that was as good as it got for James Roots. A crash between Sofas Jakobsen and Luka Radenkovic brought out the full course yellow on the first lap. Roots retried to take the lead. Mick Klinkers on the outside, running out of rope. He had the speed. Did the Boulevard Power Tony Kart driver. Going through firstly on Sebastian and setting off after Joshua Cook. For the Englishman, set a 53.976. Purple fastest lap on the last lap of the race. He wins here in WACKERSDORF. Klinkers second. Sebastian Behrman. No happy 11th birthday present for Austin Oman, but still a great drive for P4. James 5, OK 6. Logan Rolfe, Diane Herberts, Conrad Doyle, and the Rotax Max Challenge. The International Trophy champion from Le Mans last year. The London Cup winner, Charlie Page, is the 7th Brit inside the top 10. Jack Fulbrook-Harmer, great debut for the young Australian. Ryder Xiong, Plattner, Teddy Murphy, Alfie Garrett, Gustavo Oliveira, Hilton, Abels, Jan Wozniak, Mogabab, Mario Roberto from Kevin Turbo, Ivan Janasiewicz, Robin Raikkonen never recovered after the kart foul coming up to the line off the start. He finishes in 24th position. Luka Radenkovic and Sofas Jakobsen involved in a crash on the first lap. Jakobsen was able to rejoin and take the checkered flag. Luka Radenkovic not, but I am happy to report that he is okay. JC wins for KR Sport. Joshua Cook wins at Cremona and goes 2 from 2 here on a beautiful springtime afternoon in the Bavarian forest. This is WACKERSDORF. And Joshua Cook has just won the Rotax German Euro Cup for Minimax round 2 of the Euro Trophy for 2026. Mick Klinkers splits the Brits, and it's Sebastian Behrman for Sam Pollitt Racing on the podium in 3rd place. Joshua Cook will get to stand on the top step of the podium after he wasn't able to enjoy that luxury or that highlight, unfortunately, at Cremona. Zach, he was promoted to victory post-race, but that won't be the case here this afternoon. He will stand P1 here at WACKERSDORF in just a moment.
He will indeed, and yeah, there's no better feeling as a driver to actually, get the victory on circuit. I mean, it's all well and good being promoted, but you've already crossed the line, you've already been through the sensation, you've already had the adrenaline going. To cross the line P1, yeah, feeling like no other really. And for Joshua Cook in the strength that he's demonstrating so far in 2026 off the back of a very successful campaign in 25. Was favourite to win the Winter Cup at Campillos. Late contact in the final saw him out of contention. He fired back at Cremona, took the victory after James Roots' penalty, and has done exactly the same thing here at WACKERSDORF. What a driver Joshua Cook is showcasing himself to be. a bright future ahead of him in Minimax and beyond. Mick Klinkers and Sebastian Behrmann, though, equally fantastic drives from the pair of them, were there or thereabouts in terms of pace, and Behrmann showcasing his wits and his racecraft as he does, obviously moving over to Stamp Pilot Racing this weekend, and, well, very much impressing. Up 3 places from 6th on the grid, fighting his way through, getting involved when he needed to, backing off when he needed to as well. He didn't put up too much of a battle with Mick Klinkers, instead opting to work with the Dutchman to try and catch Joshua Cook, but also to sort of secure that podium with Mick Klinkers not wanting to battle too hard, and really in the likes of Austin Oman and James Root, who gave him a bit of a battle on the run to the line.
Zach, it's a great win also for the KR Sport team of Ashley Orchard, the team based at the Formula One Grand Prix circuit of Silverstone in England. They take victory. It's a cosmic cut. KR Sport victory as well. You can see the KR Sport team, they're ready to greet their driver. A very happy Joshua Cook will be standing on the podium in just a moment.
Understandably very happy. I mean, he's just taken yet another victory in 2026. Big gainers through the field, by the way. The likes of Fulbert Khan made up 4 places from what was 15th to P11. Alfie Garrett making his way from P20 to P15. You also had the likes of Abeels, the Belgian, up 11 from 29th into 18th position. A lot of the early momentum that we saw from the likes of Gottschalk and McHagrab, still net gains for them. But overall, they sort of fell off a little bit after we went green from the full course yellow. Still, Mahabgab still able to gain about 8 positions from where he started, P28 to P20. Oh, sorry, yeah, P28 to P20. Gottschalk from P31 to P27. Should be too much longer until we can make our way down to the podium for the Minimax podium presentation. And yeah, fantastic weekend here in WACKERSDORF. Like I say, 28 degrees Celsius. You'll hear us blab on about the weather through the rest of the day, because it's very nice and we're appreciating it heading into spring. You can see a lot of the Dan Holland racing team. They've got a very busy final 2 races ahead of them, with Zenit Babacek, their driver, starting from pole position for the Junior Max final, and also Teresa Babichkova also starting high up in the Senior Max, our final 2 finals of the day. Halfway through them already. You can see the Junior Max guys wheeling themselves onto the grid ahead of the start of what will be a 14-lap final for the juniors. Big thank you to everyone for tuning in, watching along at home. Whether that's on the Rotax Max Challenge YouTube channel, on WSK Promotion, or Motorsport TV, wherever you're watching us from, your company, very much appreciate it. Let us know who you're supporting. And I hope everyone around the circuit has had a fruitful weekend. It's been a very nice one indeed. And well, Ian's down there enjoying the sunshine and ready to go out some trophies to the Minimax.
Thank you, Zach. The drivers down here at the podium for the German Euro Cup Mini-Max. Another fantastic race, as ever, with the youngest drivers racing here at WACKERSDORF. In 3rd place for Stamp Pilot Racing, Sebastian Behrmann. Second place for Boulevard Power van the Netherlands, Mick Klinkers. The winner of the German Euro Cup in Minimax for KR Sport from the Kings, England, it's Joshua Cook. And the winning team, KR Sport, represented by Ashley Orchard. Third place in the German Euro Cup Minimax Trophy, it's Sebastian Behrmann. Second place for the Netherlands, Mick Klinkers. And the winner of the German Euro Cup in Minimax for KR Sport, Joshua Cook. And representing the winning team, KR Sport, Ash Orchard. The national anthem of Great Britain. The podium for the German Euro Cup Mini Max. Third place, Sebastian Behrmann. Second, Mick Linkers. And the winner from the United Kingdom for KR Sport, Joshua Cork. As part of winning the German Euro Cup Mini Max, Joshua Cork has also won a ticket to race in the 2026 Rotax Max Grand Finals at Portimao in Portugal. Joshua Cork to represent the United Kingdom at Portimao in November. Congratulations to Sebastian, Mick and Joshua Cork. Zach, we are halfway through the afternoon. Junior Max there on the grid. As I keep saying, I do like geography. We are only 30 kilometres from the border with the Czech Republic here at WACKERSDORF in Germany. We've got a Czech on pole position. He's already won 5 international races in the last 6 months. His name is Zdeněk Babicek. Zach?
He's on pole position alongside Martin Soltisch for a 14-lap bout in Junior Max. Zdeněk Babicek coming into this, leading the championship by just 7 points from his Downland Racing teammate of Raris Pashku, who will start directly behind the 271 on the grid. The two of them did battle a bit earlier on today in the pre-final and over the course of the weekend as well. Zdeněk Babicek, though, looking remarkably quick. No matter what you put the young lad in, he is rapid. Good at defensive driving, good at attacking, and right now from pole position will have to get a good start if he wants to fend off the likes of Martin Soltisch. The Slovakian for KR Racing has been unbelievably quick as well, and a very worthy adversary to go against. Zdeněk Babicek, previous champion, of course, of the world, fighting in the WSK Supermaster Series, the Euro Series, fighting at the front end of that, and also here at Rotax. Martin Soltisch has got his work cut out for him. Look out for the likes of Ryan Seidel as well. We'll start this race from 4th for KR Sport, and also Maurits Mazanas, who had an issue in the pre-final going into turn 11, locked up and basically T-bone Riley Morrow. Maurits Mazanas, the reigning world champion, will start this race from P11 and will almost certainly be looking to fight his way forward. Kai Clark starts this from P19 for Strawberry Racing. The British driver hasn't had the pace thus far this weekend, but he's definitely had the racecraft and the aggression. So look out for the 267 to fight back from P19.
Zach, I'm very much looking forward to this, as I know you are too, as we look at Babicek to the left of our screen. Before we race, the highlights of Junior Max this week here at WACKERSDORF. Halfway through the afternoon here at WACKERSDORF, we've got 29 laps remaining. Starting with the 14-lap at Junior Max final. Nice to have your company wherever you are watching us around the world. Here in the Bavarian countryside, this is the circuit built back in 1997. Pro Kart Raceland WACKERSDORF. This is the grid, the Junior Max final. 47 drivers arriving here at the circuit, approximately halfway between München, the 1972 Olympic host city, and Nuremberg, the city which hosts a famous round of the DTM Touring Car Championship. Beautiful countryside. The circuit built 3 decades ago, hosting round 2 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. 47 junior drivers. We're down to the final 36. This is the grid. Zdeněk Babicek on pole position, starting alongside Martin Soltys, the Slovakian. Rares Pashko for Dan Holland Racing will attempt to follow his teammate Zdeněk through into P2, into turn 1. Luan Seidel, the Swiss Spaniard, Leo Gonzalez, Jensen Shaw, Lucian Smith, Jack Collinson, the Brit. And then it's Clark and Marcel Papacool. Sixth row of the grid sees Albert Friend and Majas Martinez, the Lithuanian who qualified on pole at Cremona, Clem van Melik, Harry Taylor, Alex Goodson. Then it's Philip Hansler, Miguel Grantins, the Norwegian, alongside Emir Siedkowska, Luca Holmes Ballack, and Kai Clark on the 10th row of the grid. Julian Duemer, the German, here in Germany, alongside Louis Radcliffe. Kapusta, Padawan, that's Mattia Brandsberg, Aidan Hammond, Gabriele Giacomelli, Christoph Hiller, head of Derdella, who had a great pre-final this morning. And the Colombian-Canadian Olivier Chasset. Eranan Ludigan, one of multiple Turkish drivers here this weekend from the nation, that he's back on the calendar in the 2027 FIA Formula One World Championship. Kimi May, and it's Tusek, Hans. Daniel Hakkinen scrapes into the grid, starting alongside Thomas Gavagnano. Also, almost a home race for the Monegasque-born Daniel Hakkinen. The Czech Finn, we say moi moi Mika, watching from Miami. And of course, son of the two-time Formula One world champion Mika, and also 1986 Finnish Super 100, or effectively Formula A champion, driving a Birrell exactly 40 years ago. Sorry, Mika. Daniel starting out at grid 35. Thomas Gavagno alongside, but this is Zdeněk Babicek on pole position. Martin trying to get the run on the outside. We welcome you to Wackersdorf, Pro Kart Raceland in Germany, round 2 of the Euro Trophy, the Junior Max final. We race. Zdeněk Babicek gets the start as predicted. Rares Pashku tries to follow him through. Was almost turned around by Lucian Smith, who cops a hit himself up and over one of the KR Sport cars. That was a huge moment. We'll refrain from naming the driver until we know, but I can tell you there he is. He is okay. It was Luan Seidel. He is okay. A complete up and over. He was not the only driver involved in that. Majas Martinez, who was on the podium in the Winter Cup in Campios. So we stay green. Luan Seidel limping back to the Marshall point. Gonzalez was out before the start. We go full course yellow. A huge accident into turn 4. On lap 1, Luan Seidel has just made it up to Marshall point 3, and I can tell you he's literally collapsed onto the ground. I think that was more in relief though. He has managed to walk over. He is limping. Now he's back up on his feet. There he is. Fortunately, Luan Seidel is okay. A little bit of shock. Great to see Seidel. That was a concerning moment, Zach. That was a huge up and over. And remember these karts. Well, we spoke about a little bit of history earlier on. Karts used to weigh with the driver around 110, 120 kilograms, maybe 130, 145 kilograms. He had an 80 kilogram plus kart land on top of him. Fortunately, Luan Seidel is okay.
Yeah, very thankfully indeed. Turn number 3 of it. I mean, it's a great spot of overtaking because, you know, it's banked on the high side. It's very wide going in. You've got a fast run through 1, 2, and then into the braking zone. So you really can follow. You can get a switch back through 2 if you've got the momentum. And obviously on the race start, it is a bit of a pinch point. You've got cars almost everywhere, and if you get just stuck on the curb or you tap a rear right wheel, it's very easy then to be sent over. And especially for Luan Seidel starting at the front, you've then got upwards of 28 cars behind you, then making their way through, trying to jostle positions. It's hard then to change lanes because the track isn't infinitely wide. So you've got cars on your left, cars on your right. Thankfully he is okay, and everyone did a very good job as to avoid him. But yeah, probably not the nicest feeling in the world, being landed on top of by your go-kart. Thankfully, he managed to get mostly out of it by the time that he'd landed, which is obviously the whole point of not having seatbelts or anything like that. He made his way over to the marshal post and thankfully is okay. More so now, probably going to be feeling the frustration of his weekend coming to an end.
Zach, there are at least 10 drivers involved in that. Kai Clark, Albert Friend, Sid Kalskar, Goodson, Harry Taylor, Padawan. They are still circulating, still another lap under full course yellow. Marcel Popocal did avoid the crash, but he's down in 29th. Hansler, Giacomelli, Grantans and Julian Dwemer. Seidelli's out, as is Martinez and Leo Gonzalez. Another lap under full course yellow. Zdenek Babicek from Pashkul and Soltich. I can tell you the big winners. Luca Holmes-Balak from grid 20 is up into 6th. Erenan Ludigan, listen to this, from 31st. The Turk is in 7th. Derdele from 29th avoided the carnage. He's in 8th. Christoph Killer up into 9th place past 19 cars. Brandsburg 25th to 10th. Olivier Chasset into 12th. Jack Collinson lost places. And Daniel Hakkinen, what a start. He's come from grid 35 to be in P14. So we've got some big losers and some big winners. No problem for the Czechs, Zdenek Babicek. Still waiting for word from race control as they round the final corner. Still another lap under full course yellow. So we start lap 5 of 14. Zdenek Babicek, Rares Pashkul, Dan Holland Racing, 1-2. Back to Martin Soltich for KRK Racing. Smith as Lucien for KR Sport. And then Clark, Sebastian, up into P9. Just missed the podium at Cremona. So we'll start lap 6 in just a moment. Next time round, we will race green to the checkered flag. Zach, a disjointed final, but thankfully after that big crash for Luan Seidel, he is okay. We're ready to race green, the Rotax Max Challenge Junior Trophy here at Wackersdorf. It is Babicek, Pashkul and Soltich.
1, 2 and 3. Lucian Smith has been able to gain a few places as well, but look for Luca Holmes-Balak, of course, off the back of P2 at Cremona. We'll be looking to go for another podium. Wouldn't have thought so coming into this race, but our 14 places. Same too on Ludigan. Plenty of opportunity as we go back green flag racing. A big look over the shoulder from Zdenek Babicek will be unchallenged by the time they reach turn number 3. The two KR Sports, though, in 4th and 5th. That's Smith and Clark is down the inside. Having to defend is Pashku from the Slovakian and Martin Soltich to make their way up at the hill and now begin the descent towards turn number 5. A bit of a frenzy in and amongst the mid-pack. Look out for the likes of Brandsburg, already at 15. Look for Oliver Schaester as well, who suffered some problems and had to be checked up by the medical crew yesterday. Had a valiant comeback through the pre-final and is doing exactly the same thing from P30, now up 17 and knocking on the door of a top 10. So far, so good, though, back green flag racing towards the half-distance mark for Zdenek Babicek.
Martin Soltich, KRK Racing. The Slovakian in P3, it's Dan Holland Racing. The team based at the famous Wilton Mill circuit in England. DHR first, second. Luca Holmes-Balak has just gone by, taking Clark. Ludigan, unbelievable, 30th into 7th. As we see Martin on the back of Rares. The now Swiss driver in 2nd place. There's the KRK Racing Kart. The lead from Zdenek Babicek, 7/10 of a second. Just recently, 2 weeks ago, in fact, almost to the minute. He won at Lonata. We'll get back to that in a moment as Martin down the inside and puts Pashkul back to 3rd. Here's Smith for KR Sport. Smith gets a good run as they crest the rise halfway through the Junior Max Final, the 2nd round of the 2026 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy, presented by WSK Promotion. Babicek, Soltich, Pashkul, Smith, and Luca Holmes-Balak from Clark and Jensen Chalk. Smith for a move up onto the podium, can't do it this time. Zdenek Babicek at 52.167. He's the fastest driver on the circuit. Yes, 2 weeks ago to the day, almost to the minute, he won the 2nd round of the WSK Euro Series. That was at South Garda Karting in OKJ. He won the 2nd round of the Super Master Series at Sano. He won the season opening Winter Cup at Campillos. He won at Cremona. As we see Lucien Smith put the KR Sport Cosmic up onto the podium. Zdenek Babicek Grand Finals champion of the world, looking at his 6th major international victory in 6 months. Outstanding from the Czech.
Few laps left to go. Zdeněk Babacek now a second clear of Martin Soltis. Jensen Chalk, though, is the one setting the pace, currently running in P6 on the back of Luca Holmes-Balog, up net 15 from where he started on the back of Raj Pashka, about half a second off the rear end of the Swissman. Lucian Smith a further quarter of a second beyond that. Lucian Smith looked for the 244, the purple and white Chaos Sport Machine. That's the one we're tracking, trying to chase after Martin Soltis in the KRK Racing. Keeping the gap to Zdeněk Babacek under a second. In fact, it was quicker than the Czech that last time through, but Babacek has built the gap, and now all he's got to do is maintain it. He's not under any physical pressure, but definitely will be feeling it in terms of having to not make a single mistake. He has to be faultless from now to the checkered flag, but Babacek knows how to keep his cool. He knows how to defend. Speaking of that race at Lonato for round number 2 of the Euro Series, he, well, in one of the heats, had a train spanning about 15 carts queued up behind him, trying to keep all of those at bay. Lucian Smith, though, setting the pace, 51.431 for the Briton. His pursuit of Martin Soltis to work his way up another place on the podium. That purple and white Chaos Sport Machine, that cosmic kart, is driving fantastically around WACKERSDORF, and won't be too much longer until he is on the rear end of Soltis. He is bringing, though, the Dan Holland Racing blue, white and yellow Lando Norris car of Raras Pashku with him. The Swissman will be looking to promote himself onto the podium. We could, still have a 3-way fight for second, potentially even a 4-way fight for first.
We'll check the gap. It has come down slightly, 0.888 between Babacek and Soltis. They come out of the final corner. Martin Soltis, 253 Tony Kart, watch it up into turn 4. Just throws it in and the kart sticks under brakes right here at this corner. Straight line from Smith. Pashku has fallen off the podium. Luca Holmes-Balog, Jensen Chalk, who was on the podium of the season opening Winter Cup, the cap, 0.9 of a second. Albert Friend, meanwhile, who had to avoid the carnage on the very first lap, almost back to last. He's back to 18th and has just scorched around the circuit with a 51.228. Just got by Louis Radcliffe. He won't stand on the podium today, but may well take some consolation with the fastest lap of the race. 3 laps remaining. We'll check the gap. It will be critical. It's going to be more because Zdeněk puts in a purple sector. There's Dele from Jack Collinson, Chasek, Clark, Killer, Poppercall, Hemmond, Bratsburg, Friend, Ratcliffe, Carpulster and Harry Taylor in P20. Response from Soltis down to 0.7. Watch there, just skates under brakes ever so slightly, the highest part of this circuit, into turn 4. A 51 dead, almost into the 50s for Soltis. The gap 0.776. It's not impossible, Zach, but this would be one almighty comeback. And we know Zdeněk Babacek is the master of defending.
He is, and I mean, right now he's focused forward, which is good news for him. He's not having to worry about looking over his shoulder at all. He's firmly just looking forwards. That's where his race is. He doesn't want to worry about the gap. He just needs to drive as quickly as he can. I mean, fair enough, Martin Soltis could well be applying the pressure, but Zdeněk Babacek still needs to know he's got the advantage. Even though Soltis is quicker, there's only 2 laps to go at the line. At this current sort of delta between them, only half a tenth that last time through, Zdeněk Babacek is going to walk away with this. There won't be any contest. But if he loses his composure, that's then when Soltis can strike. Another fast lap of the race. So Soltis is absolutely pushing. A fight for P3, though, raging on. Lucian Smith having to defend. He parks the bus, knowing that a podium potentially is his glass ceiling in this race. Raras Pashku all over the rear end of him, though, with a lap and a half left to run in Junior Max.
Pashku trying to get up onto the podium. Smith defending. Soltis with a purple sector is Martin. The gap down to 0.6, but we've only got 1 lap remaining. Smith defends from Raras Pashku. They crest the rise for the penultimate time. Raras indicating to Lucian to go on with it. They won't win, but it's the fight for the final step of the podium. Another purple lap for Soltis into the 51s. Sorry, a 51 dead, 0.57 around the outside. Raras Pashku. Smith defends. That may well be enough for the podium. Soltis. Martin trying to chase down Zdeněk. He won't do it. In form is the young Czech. Home circuit of Trinec, the steel ring for the final round. of the 2026 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. That's in September. Saltish will finish second. We're about to find out who will finish third. 2 corners remaining. Smith defends. He'll be slow on the exit. He'll defend. White lines it. Meanwhile, out front, the checkered flag will wave. Yaksimesh Czechia. Zdenek takes his 6th major international victory in 6 months. Saltish second. Smith just hangs on for the final step of the podium in 3rd place. The gap between he and Raresh Pashku is 0.01 of a second. Zdenek Babacek for Den Holland Racing wins round 2 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy for 2026 here at WACKERSDORF in Germany. Outstanding, the young Czech. Zach, that's his 6th major victory in the past 6 months.
He's so good, isn't he? Just as simple as that. But I mean, to his credit, Martin Soltis was equally as fantastic. Here are the highlights as well, as you can see them blitz under the bridge. Start-finish gantry, of course. Zdenek Babacek would hang on to the lead through the opening few corners. Of course, Raresh Pashku would work his way forward. Martin Soltis would drop back into the pack, but would quickly work his way back forward. Again, we'll run you through the results. It was Zdenek Babacek that would hang on less than half a second, though. What an effort from the Slovakian. 4 consecutive fastest laps, all in the 51.0s. He gave it his all, and in the end, second place was all it could manage for Soltis, but still a lot to be proud of. Lucian Smith completes the podium from Raresh Pashku, 12 thousandths between the two. Luke Holmes-Balak, 15 places gained from 20th to 5th. Jensen Chalk, Clark, Collinson and Ludigan, and Kai Clark fighting his way up into the top 10. Kjell up 17. Popcorn Friend, who got unlucky, but again, a nice comeback drive to P13. Shays, Hammond, Radcliffe, Van Mellick, Brandsborg, Taylor and Alex Goodson, your top 20. As you see there, the rest of the results finding their way through. A few DNFs over the course of that race, 4 of them to be exact. Grantins, Loan Seidel, Leo Gonzalez and Mauritius Mazanas, who did not complete a lap, the reigning world champion. Well, a couple of issues and, well, by far a suboptimal Sunday for the Lithuanian. What a drive that was from Zdenek Babacek, and again, you have to say Soltis can really hold his head up high. He didn't win the race, but still a valiant P2, and the effort that he brought in that second half of the race to chase down Zdenek Babacek was incredible.
Zdenek Babacek goes 2 in a row. Remarkably, Zach, as we check the points, he's only got a 13-point lead over Raresh Pashku, despite missing the podium, and Martin Soltis second. So Zdenek Babacek, 313 points, going to Genk, the home of champions in Belgium. For the next round of the championship, Raresh Pashku, 300 points. Soltis, 283. Clark on 275. Jack Collinson, 271. Luca Holmes-Balak, 262. Kai Clark on 260. And Marcel Popacol on 257. So the front three, 313 points to Zdenek, 300 to Raresh, and Martin Soltis on the podium, P2. P3, as we go to Genk in Belgium, the home of champions. 2 victories in a row, Zdenek Babacek, but just a 13-point lead. It is by no means over as we go past the halfway point in Junior Max, going to Genk in Belgium.
Indeed so. I mean, in terms of the way the points format works, it's the same points format for the qualifying heats, for the pre-final, for the final. 55 for topping the qualifying heats, 55 for a win in the pre-final, 55 for a win in the final. It does mean that if you're consistent over the course of a weekend, you are rewarded for it, rather than the sort of scaling point system where if you're really good in the qualifying heats, fall back in the pre-final, you lose points relative, but if you're consistent throughout, you just get rewarded for it. Obviously, Zdenek Babacek has been consistent through the season, 2 back-to-back victories, and looking very strong through the qualifying heats and in the pre-final. I think his lowest result so far, in terms of what I can remember, P5 this weekend. Other than that, it's been all victories for Zdenek Babacek. Raresh Pashku, Martin Soltis, both have been equally as consistent, very much still within the conversation, and with half the season still to run at Genk and Trinets, all to play for in the Junior Max Euro Trophy. Lucian Smith, a great drive, and again, you have to give a shout out to Luca Holmes-Balak, who did finish about 4 seconds off of the lead fight, but to come from P20 to the position that he finished in 5th, a valiant effort to say the least. Also, shout out to Albert Friend as well for his efforts over the course of this weekend. Has had the pace to be a front-running contender, has not had the fortune to be a front-running contender. You know, knocked down and fought back up on 2 occasions through the pre-final and the final. He can hold his head up high and know that he has driven the wheels off his kart to finish P13, which, to be fair, a finishing position that maybe sums up his fortune so far. Oliver Chase, another driver that's been sort of beaten down this weekend, but hasn't let it get to him and has fought his way back up. He came from P30 to P14 over the duration of the 14 laps. I'm going to say it again, it's a beautiful day here at WACKERSDORF, 28 degrees Celsius, the sun is shining, people have got their beverages, people have had their ice creams, and hopefully are very hydrated around the circuit. Myself, Zach Sweeney, Ian Salvestri, bringing you the commentary here at WACKERSDORF. Hopefully everyone is enjoying the coverage, whether you're watching on the Rotax Max Challenge YouTube channel, WSK Promotion, Motorsport TV, however you're watching us. Appreciate your company, and hope everyone around the circuit has had a good weekend. At the very least, the weather has been lovely. The Senior Max drivers will make their way onto the grid for our 4th and final of the weekend. But before that, of course, we'll, in a moment, head our way down to the podium for the podium presentations, of course, to be handed out by the lovely guys here at WSK Promotion. Of course, the 3rd year in partnership with Rotax to present the Euro Trophy. Dan Holland Racing can be very happy with the result that the young Czech has been able to bring home, and his sister will be looking to do the same thing in Senior Max, with Cereja Babicova starting on the front row alongside Jeremy Roivers, who so far this weekend has been untouchable. Of course, that is a question that will be answered in a few moments' time. There you can see a nice panoramic shot of the trophies, one for each of our podium sitters, one for a team representative, of course, going the way of Dan Holland Racing, with Zdeněk Babicek hanging on. The consistency, though, of Martin Soltis cannot be understated. I mean, to be fair, same to Zdeněk Babicek, he did sort of the entire race in the 51.1s, bar those that were under full course yellow. Martin Soltis did basically the entire final 5 laps in the 51.0s, fast lap after fast lap, did not give up, even though he felt pressure from Lucian Smith, didn't park the bus, didn't feel that pressure, and kept his nerve to try and push on for the victory. And he aimed his sights high and only just fell short. If it wasn't for the full course yellow, maybe he would have had an extra opportunity to go for it. But again, shoulda, coulda, woulda. We only live in absolutes when it comes to the racing. 271. Zdeněk Babicek takes yet another victory in karting. What a future the Czech driver has ahead of him. Martin Soltis, Lucian Smith joining him on the podium. Smith, of course, I believe his first full year in Junior Max, and his first podium of the season to go with it as well. Up 4 places from P7 to P3 in a very hectic Junior Max final. The opening lap, turn number 3, causing the chaos, but also being the site of the breeding ground of some brilliant battles that we've had over the weekend. WACKERSDORF, contrast to last year, has been electrifying in terms of the action that we've seen on circuit, the racing, the battles, the racecraft. Been elevated an extra level there. You can see Josh Cook on the balcony off the back of back-to-back victories through Cremona and WACKERSDORF. Very happy lad, and now cheering on his KR Sport teammates. The highest one of which in this race going to be Eva Morris, starting this one from P6. She's been very consistent over the weekend and finished P4 in the pre-final, giving her a fantastic grid slot on the outside 3rd row of the grid. Tino Sidler, another KR Sport driver, directly behind. Didn't get the best of luck, was taken out unfortunately on the opening lap of the pre-final, but has got the pace to go forward. Same to Freddie Lloyd, starting this one for P10 in Senior Max, looking to go forward after a DQ in Heat 5 yesterday. Could have been on pole position for pre-final B had it not been for him coming underweight by 300 grams. Freddie Lloyd, that cast a bit of a shadow over his weekend, but he's been fighting back here on Sunday. The question, of course, after the podium presentation will be whether or not Jeremy Roivers can go, 7 from 7 in terms of races. Let's head down to Ian, though, for the Junior Max podium.
Thank you, Zach. The drivers have made their way down to the podium. Round 2, the Rotax Max Challenge, Euro Trophy, Junior Max, a pulsating final. But we've got the same winner as we had at Cremona. But firstly, we'll go from the bottom step of the podium. In 3rd place from Great Britain for KR Sport, Lucian Smith. Second place, a great weekend, topped after qualifying pole on Friday. He finishes P2 for the KRK Racing Team from Slovakia, Martin Soltis. Two in a row for the Dan Holland Racing driver. He wins at Cremona and wins here at WACKERSDORF. The winner of the 2nd round of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy in Junior Max, Zdeněk Babicek. And representing his own winning team, Dan Holland Racing, Mr. Dan Holland. Third place in Junior Max from the United Kingdom, Lucian Smith. Second place for KRK Racing, Martin Saltish. Round 2, the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Junior Max Trophy. The winner from the Czech Republic for Dan Holland Racing, Zdeněk Babicek. And Mr. Dan Holland representing his own winning Dan Holland Racing team. The national anthem of the Czech Republic. The podium for round 2, the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy in Junior Max. In third place from the United Kingdom, Lucian Smith. Second for KRK Racing, it's Martin Saltish. And the winner from the Czech Republic, Zdeněk Babicek. Two from two for Zdeněk Babicek. And he's got a 13-point lead, surprisingly just a 13-point lead. Going to the third round of the championship, that is a Genk in Belgium, a home of champions on the 28th of June. Zach, we're coming up to what must be the highlight of the weekend. We've had 90 drivers in Senior Max arrive at the circuit, 72 in the pre-finals this morning. We're down to the final 36. Jeremy Roivers takes pole position on Friday. He wins 5 from 5 in the heats. He wins the pre-final. The Dutch Spaniard in 3-2-1 on pole position. We've asked the question all weekend. We ask it again. Zach, can anybody stop Jeremy Roivers?
We'll find out in 15 laps time. Jeremy Roivers, undefeated thus far this weekend. He's done the work. Now is when it counts. It all comes down to this. Anything can happen. As we all know, in the world of motorsport, it is indiscriminate, it is ruthless. And Jeremy Roivers has got to keep his wits about him. He's got a very tough lot of adversaries. Teresa Babickova, one of them. She'll be starting alongside him for Dan Holland Racing on the front row of the grid. Look for Austin Lee, who took the fight to Jeremy Roivers in the pre-final. Eva Morris, who's been incredibly consistent thus far this weekend, will be looking to promote herself onto the podium. Also, Freddie Lloyd, albeit starting this race down in P10 for Evolution Racing. The 684 has been inside the top 3 all throughout the weekend. Could well have started pre-final B from pole position had it not been for a disqualification in his final heat yesterday. All to play for in Senior Max. 15 laps of racing, and WACKERSDORF throwing almost every curveball possible. Jack West as well carved his way through the field in the pre-final to finish P3 earlier on today in the 3:37. Also a defensive masterclass from the likes of Eva Morris as well through the 15-lap Senior Max pre-final. So, like I say, very much all to play for. You can see downhill racing for Babickova, her brother, recently just winning the Junior Max final just a couple of moments ago. She'll be looking to do the same thing from P2 on the front row of the grid for Senior Max.
This will be the highlight of the weekend, but first let's literally take a look at the highlights of Senior Max this week here at WACKERSDORF. It is Spain versus the Czech Republic here in Germany for round 2 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. Jeremy Roivers, Tereza Babičková on the front row of the grid. 90 Senior Max drivers, the original Senior Max engine, which was introduced to the world of kart racing with actual shock, if we tell the truth, way back in the late 1990s. The first race back in 1997 for the original Rotax Max engine. The first ever grand finals in Puerto Rico in 2000. And in 2026, Portimao, Algarve, for another fantastic edition of the grand finals. We take a look at the grid. Jeremy Roivers on pole alongside Tereza Babičková, the former W Series Formula 3 driver. Tom, don't discount the Frenchman. Langlois on the second row of the grid alongside Austin. It's Lee, the first German here in Germany. 7 days after making his debut in British Formula 3 in the GB3 Championship at Silverstone last week with Arden International as the 21-year-old Scotsman Lewis Gilbert, who had a brilliant pre-final victory this morning. Eva Morris has been so quick this weekend. The Austrian and Swiss drivers, Luca Schlegel on the 4th row of the grid, together with Tino Seidler, who won here last year, Tobias Norman, and Freddie Lloyd, who won his final heat yesterday before being disqualified for being 300 grams underweight. The 3-time Scottish champion, Leon Hasty, alongside Titouan Lescali. Jack West on the podium at Cremona. The Canadian, Ryan Gandor, Max Sidursky. For Stampex Motorsport, Matthias Kellyard. The Cremona race winner, Nick Tadabech, the Slovenian, back on 17, alongside Macaulay Bishop, who DNF'd the pre-final this morning. Brandon Truman and Dragos Aveshin-Corte, also a DNF this morning. It's Miguel Soltich, Tom Stadell, Sebastian Koch. Martin Lichtner, the Italian from the Emirates, Andrea Remy, Tix van Wijk, Bram van der Berken, Boris Verhaaj, Lado Kukienice, Sverre Uben for the legendary GKS Lemons Power Team based at Genk, where we race the 3rd round of the championship on June 28. Will Archer starts out at grid 21 alongside Bastien Ottensummer, Antoine Lemieux, Noah Janssen, Christian Sayerson, and Tom Rager for the Craft Motorsport team scrapes onto the grid in position 36. Can anybody stop Jeremy Roivers? Zach, I'd suggest if he does get the start, they simply won't see which way he went.
I mean, I'd love to sit here and say, you know, it's going to be a tight contest and we're not going to know what's going to happen until the last lap. Realistically, we aren't. But Jeremy Roivers has just been head and shoulders setting the pace. Consistency has been, well, the name of the game for him, and consistently at the front. His racecraft, his ruthless consistency, like I say, has just meant that he has been undefeated, untouchable this weekend. Austin Lee for a moment got through, but in the end, Jeremy Roivers would sail all the way through. This is where it happens, though. The Senior Max final, foot to the floor. We go racing, and Jeremy Roivers just does get the jump. He will lead through the opening couple of corners. Look out for Austin Lee, who's then gets sent wide off the exit of turn number 2. Babičková trying to apply a bit of pressure. Then comes Tom Langlois in the Stody cut. A huge pile-up, though, at the back end of the pack. The top 15 make their way through. Everyone else behind, though, caught in the melee, caught in the frenzy. Jeremy Roivers will lead the first half of the opening lap.
Jeremy Roivers with a super start. Tino Seidler, last year's winner, caught in that incident with Jack West, Ryan Gandor, Tadabech, the Cremona race winner, Truman, Tom Strell, Sebastian Koch, and Martin Lichtner. They all came together up the hill into turn 4 on lap 1. They have all rejoined, but way down at the bottom of the field. Sebastian Koch going slowly. He's about to retire as Jeremy comes across the line for the first time in P1. Great start. Babičková, she gets the slipstream. Tereza wastes down the inside. Jeremy back to P2. Tom in 3rd. It is on. Tereza Babičková sideways. Jeremy runs into the back of her. Tom in the Stody kart. Here comes Austin Lee. Lewis Gilbert, P5. Well, it was a perfect start for Jeremy Roivers, but Tereza Babičková, we raced the final round at her home circuit at the Steel Ring, Klinec, in the Czech Republic. She wants to win in Germany. Tereza Babičková, the former W Series Formula 3 driver, in position 1 for Dan Holland Racing. Zach, we did not expect that.
I mean, she's done the job, right? She needed to do that before Jamie Roivers got into his rhythm. It takes a while for his Tony Cut to really come up to speed. We've seen that all weekend. The first few laps, not his best. The second half of the race is where Jamie Roivers really finds his mettle. Straight down the inside, though. What a move that is from Austin Lee. A late dart as well. The switchback is there for the Frenchman. Oh, my goodness me. Up and over him. Tom Langlois will carry on, but Austin Lee sent out of this race. And one of the big heavy hitters on home soil, Austin Lee, out. It's now a two-horse race up in front. Babicova from Jeremy Roivers, then comes Lewis Gilbert up onto the podium. Macaulay Bishop, don't count out the reigning world champion either. He's already up 13, well, make that now 14 positions. As he'll make a way through almost inevitably on Tom Langlois in the near future. You would have to imagine lap 3, nearly about to be lap 4 of 15 in this race. Jeremy Roivers clever though, not to fight Babicova too hard. Happy to sit with her as to not get reeled into the melee that was the battle behind.
Austin Lee is out. The German will not win here in Germany this afternoon. Her younger brother, Zdeněk Babicek, took victory just a few moments ago in the Junior Max final. Austin Lee, you can see him, well, acknowledging, let's politely say, Tom Langlois, who has continued on, remarkably still in P4. Lewis Gilbert in P3, Babicova in P1. Jeremy in second, as you correctly pointed out, Zach Sweeney. What about Macaulay Bishop? Unbelievable, grid 18. The most spectacular kart racer in terms of passing. He's made up 13 positions in the first 2 laps. There's Mac B. Macaulay Bishop, 368 into P5 from Dragos. And Vasil Kulte almost wrote off his chances before the start of the race. With the Romanian Austrian in P6 from grid 20. Jeremy back down the inside. Roivers says that's enough, Teresa. And puts the Tony Kart Racer 401T back in P1. Teresa Babicova, she won 3 out of her 5 heats. Jeremy won 5 from 5, rides the bump, going down through into the chicane, turn 10, glances back over the right shoulder. Teresa needs to respond immediately over the ripple strip. There is a bump going into turn 11. This was the move, lined up. Slightly defensive from Teresa Babicova, and Jeremy to the left of your screen just fired it down the inside into turn 4. The gap, 0.29 of a second. We will gauge that. We're back live with you as we approach the second half of the final. Teresa responds. She does so. Jeremy into the marbles. Over the ripple strip, the left rear mojo. Babicova here to fight. Jeremy back in second. Fabulous response from Teresa Babicova.
What a move that was. What a pair of moves from each of them. Turn number 3, it's so good for those late dives because the camber catches you. You can brake late, still get it stopped, and still actually carry some decent minimum speed. And both times each driver was caught out thinking, yeah, they're too far back. Boom, straight down the inside. That was as committed as you would like. Babicova, pull out to the right-hand side. You have to commit on the brakes at this point. She's got the full cut width alongside. She's got the position. She takes control, retakes the race lead. She cannot allow Jeremy Roivers to get into a rhythm because soon as the Spaniard has had a lap or 2, he's then going to start pull the gap. What Babicova needs to do, I don't think she's quicker than Roivers, but she can be smarter than him. She can apply that pressure, keep him sort of doubtful and keep him sort of having to look around him, having to look over his shoulder when he's in front, but also then frustrated when he's behind. Babicova can sort of psychologically have the advantage in this race into the second half. Dan Holland Racing now leading, of course, taking the victory in Junior Max. Her younger brother now looking to do the same in Senior Max is Babicova. Over the shoulder, of course, we'll see Jeremy Roivers, who has a bit of a point forward, maybe aware of the threat that Lewis Gilbert could be heading into the final few laps of this race.
Zach, I'll make a suspicious guess here, and I may be very wrong. Jeremy Roivers may have 1 tooth less gearing here. It's got good top end speed. This is where he catches up to Teresa Babicova going up into turn 4. Doesn't pass this time. Teresa good, bolts out of the slower corners. So the gap at 0.3 of a second. We have to watch Lewis Gilbert. He's only 1 second off a victory here. What a 7 days it has been for the 21-year-old from the west of Scotland. Multiple British champion, as we see, made his debut at the home of the British Formula 1 Grand Prix Silverstone, racing with Ardent International in F3. That's the British GB3 series last week. And Jeremy back down the inside. Jeremy through to P1. There's Lewis. Crest the rise. He's catching the both of them. Tom Langwai incredibly still in the race. And Macaulay Bishop, reigning Grand Finals champion of the world for Dan Holland Racing. DHR in 2 and 4. 2 and 5, I should say. Jeremy P1 defends. Teresa on the outside. Watch her dive back down the inside. Jeremy's awake to it. Watch into turn 11. Critical down through the chicane. Rights the bump on the entry. Wide line, very wide line from Jeremy Roivers, but keeps the momentum up. Into turn 11, a passing opportunity. Jeremy's father, Martin Roivers, former driver himself, world-class mechanic with such great drivers, as former world champion, Callum Bradshaw and also Killian Meyer, largely with the CRG team, watching on nervously his boy. Sonillo, he's younger, Jeremy in P1, but he's back to P2. It is on. Look who's come to fight. Lewis up into P3. Jeremy back down the inside. The Scotsman will take the both of them. Roivers under attack, not from Teresa. She now has to defend from Tom. It's Roivers from the Scotsman. Lewis, he's through to P3. What a race. We go into the final third. Round 2, the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy on a beautiful, warm springtime day in the German countryside here at the world-class WACKERSDORF circuit. It's the Spaniard from the Scotsman, the Czech in third, Tom from France, and Mac B in P5. What a race here this afternoon, the final third. It is Roivers from Gilbert for Craft Motorsport. Barbichkova back to third. That's Tom from Mac B. Lewis down the inside. Gilbert takes the lead. Barbichkova fights back. It is on. A 5-car fight. Bishop can win this. Macaulay Bishop. We weren't expecting to say this as Teresa fights with Jeremy Roivers. Tom's behind. Max attacks. It's Zadursky for Stampex Motorsport and Freddie Lloyd for Evolution Racing. The best Rotax race we have seen in years in the Euro Trophy. Tom up onto the podium. Lewis Gilbert from Scotland. 4 laps to go. Lewis Gilbert will win this race. Lewis Gilbert will take victory if he can hold on. I'll put a caveat into it for another 4 laps. If Tom attacks the back of Jeremy, it will be a Craft Motorsport win. Zach, what a race!
We're being treated to an absolute spectacle here, aren't we? What driving from Lewis Gilbert there to read the situation, to let Roivers and Babichkova trip up over each other and then to capitalise. I mean, that move to get himself into the lead was sensational. And now he's driving away. He's letting everyone else deal with the chaos while he reaps the benefit. Jeremy Roivers, though, keeping his composure, was tapped slightly wide from Babichkova. That allowed Tom Langlois to go through and nearly edge himself through and up in a second. But Roivers has hung on. Now he's got the job ahead of him with 3 laps left to go at the line. Needs to close just shy of just over half a second of a gap to get onto the back of Lewis Gilbert. All this has done as well is bunched up the rest of the top 10. So you've got Macaulay Bishop getting involved, Zadursky, Freddie Lloyd, Avasakute and Kjellerup all getting involved. New fastest lap of the race for Jeremy Roivers. Babichkova down the inside to get herself back on the podium on Tom Langlois. What a move that was, and a point forward there from Langlois to say either maybe a wag of the finger to say that was a bit naughty, or actually to try and work together to close into the top 2, because I do not think this race is over yet. It's Jeremy Roivers chasing after Lewis Gilbert.
Great pass by Teresa to go by Tom. We take a look at that. Up into turn 4, just drove it down the inside. Bishop in the background defending from Max Zadursky. The gap 0.6 of a second down to 0.4 of a second between Lewis Gilbert and Jeremy Roivers, who's the fastest on the circuit. We check the gap, 2 laps remaining. The Scotsman from the Dutch Spaniard, the Czech in third. Over the line at 92.1 kilometres an hour, 0.4 of a second. The penultimate lap of a pulsating race here this afternoon. Jeremy Roivers, you have to feel for him if he does not win. To take nothing away from Lewis, that would be a spectacular victory. Bishop won't take the win. He does not have the speed seemingly here this afternoon. He's in P5. Behind Langlois, ahead of Dragos. Good recovery from Avasakute. Lewis looks back behind. into turn 12. Crest the rise, he's looking behind more than he looks ahead. Into the final corner. This is the last lap of round 2 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. The Scotsman 4/10 of a second ahead. Teresa with a purple 50.077. She cuts 3/10 of a second. Back from Jeremy. Here we go. Gilbert Roivers in Teresa Babičková.
Last lap of the day, last lap of the round to kick us into the second half of the season. And what a drive it's been from Jeremy Roivers to reel back in Lewis Gilbert. His racecraft has been top draw, using that experience from GB3 right here today in the Euro Trophy. One last overtaking opportunity realistically for Jeremy Roivers, who so far has gone 6 from 6. I think he's about to be dethroned. Lewis Gilbert got his wits about him, does not need to defend through T11. Foot to the floor for the Scotsman. The checker flag will fly at the end of this one here in WACKERSDORF for the RMC Euro Trophy. Jeremy Roivers gets dethroned. Lewis Gilbert takes the top step. What a drive from the 305. Oh my goodness me. The racecraft, top draw, and Jeremy Roivers cannot do the sweep. He finishes P2. Teresa Babičková completes the podium from Langlois and Bishop. What a drive from the reigning world champion, up 13 places to finish 5th. Havasu Kute as well, up 14 to 6. So many big gainers, so much story in just 15 laps of racing. And Lewis Gilbert is the one to step up and make it count.
Can you believe it? Lewis Gilbert takes victory here at WACKERSDORF. Jeremy Roivers, heartbreak, finishes 2nd, and Teresa in 3rd. As we look at the highlights, he did everything perfect from pole. Teresa into 2nd place, but Babičková was soon into the race lead. Great start from Tom Langlois. There was carnage at the first corner. Austin Lee was soon out, but Babičková fought back brilliantly. The check going by the Spaniard. Tom Langlois, for much of the first half of the race, was looking good for a podium, a potential victory. Austin Lee back down the inside, going wheel to wheel. Gilbert takes the both of them. That put the Brit onto the podium. Jeremy back on the inside of Teresa. A pulsating race. Roivers back in the lead. Babičková back in the lead. They fought and Gilbert caught. Roivers. Decisive move, but again, Babičková fought back. And Lewis Gilbert cut the lead from 1.1 seconds. Roivers down the inside into turn 6. Gilbert around the outside. Took the both of them briefly into the lead, but was on the outside. Roivers fight back, fought back. Lewis just fired it in to turn 4. Slow in the exit, but he had the inside run. Langlois, Macby from 18th up into 5th. Ahead of Max Zadursky. Lewis Gilbert had the race lead. Jeremy Roivers broke clear just of Teresa Babičková, but it's the Scotsman who wins here in Germany. Lewis Gilbert takes victory in round 2 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy here at WACKERSDORF for the Potenza Racing Engine powered Craft Motorsport team. Jeremy, well, Zach, you have to feel for him. He took pole position on Friday. He won 5 from 5 heats. He won the pre-final. He does stand on the podium, but on the 2nd step, ahead of Teresa Babičková.
Yeah, but I mean, Jeremy can hold his head up high, right? Because he has had such a good weekend, right? You pole it and 6 from 7 wins. It's easy to focus on the fact that you lost the final, and understandably, as a racing driver, that is going to be what he focused on, right? He's going to stand on the podium. He might be a little bit disappointed knowing how close the win was, and battles could have gone anyway, right? That's karting, that's racing. Jeremy Roivers was head and shoulders the most consistent over the duration of the weekend. And ultimately, it's not worked out today, but in the wider narrative of the championship, that's what crafts a champion. It's not about being all out on one day. It's about being there or thereabouts every single race, and that's what Jeremy Roivers has done. He missed out slightly in the final, and fair enough, understandably, he's got a right to feel a bit disappointed about that, but still so much to be proud of. And I think consistency is going to make or break the Senior Max Championship. It's not going to be down to who can fluke a final victory. It's going to be who can be there in the top 5 every single race for the entire season, because currently, right now, Tom Langlois, despite the fact that he's not actually stood on the podium so far this season, leads the championship by 2 points from Jeremy Roivers.
Just 2 points, Zach. That is right, 274 points for Tom Langlois. Jeremy, 2nd today, 2nd in the series on 272, going to Genk in Belgium. Lewis, 264 points, so 10 points off the lead with that spectacular victory here this afternoon. Freddie Lloyd, 263 points in fourth from Nick Tadabech. The Cremona race winner did not have glory here this afternoon, crossing the line down in 28th position. But the afternoon belongs to the driver from the west of Scotland. Lewis Gilbert takes the victory from Jeremy Roivers, Teresa Barbichkova, Tom Langlois, and Macaulay Bishop in P5 from 18. Excellent drive. Dragos Avashil Kulte. Great performance from 20th to come home in 6th place. Max Zadursky, Freddie Lloyd, as we say, Freddie in P4. Matthias Kellyrup, and another Scotsman, it's Leon Hasty in P10. Unseen, Bram van der Werken from 27th to 11th. Lewis Gilbert will stand on the top step of the podium. He wins round 2, the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy, presented by WSK Promotion. The presentations here at WACKERSDORF in just a moment.
What a day that we've been treated to. I mean, first of all, I'm going to say it again, the weather. It's now 29 degrees Celsius, by the way. I just can't get enough of it. It's lovely. Maybe a bit too warm. It's gone up. It's just been so good. Blue skies, beautiful scenery as well here in the Bavarian forest. And yeah, it's just been a good weekend, right? It's been sunny. Everyone's been a bit happy. And the racing has been so good, right? Most importantly, obviously, for round number 2, the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy, the halfway point in the 2026 season. Of course, still got Genk and Trinets, where maybe the weather won't be as nice when we take to the Czech Republic in a few months' time. But Lewis Gilbert, understandably, is going to be overjoyed with that one. Jeremy Roivers as well. What a weekend that he's had. And Babichkova as well, taking the fight to Roivers, crucially doing exactly what she needed to do in the early phase, applying that pressure, using her years of experience in racing to get all the way to the top end of the field and ultimately finish on the podium. A good battle between herself and Tom Langlois. Ultimately would see the Czech driver bring home another podium for Down Holland Racing off the back of her brother's victory just a moment ago in Junior Max. And it's just been a good day. Very much enjoyed it, as you always do for the RMC Euro Trophy, of course. Of course, a lot of the British drivers will be taken to round number 2 of the UKC at Kimbolton in just a week's time. Pretty much the entire field as well going to be busy over the next couple of weeks. Just getting word that, as you can see, the Spanish flag on the podium. Lewis Gilbert, despite the fact that he took a sensational on-circuit victory, a drop-down penalty, a nose cone penalty for the Scotsman. Jeremy Roivers, ultimately, after all of that discussion of, oh, he can still be proud of, going for 6 from 7. He does go 7 from 7. Jeremy Roivers, domination defined this weekend. He's been tyrannical here at WACKERSDORF and ultimately will lift the winner's trophy, representing his home circuit of karting club Campeos, where he missed out on the Winter Cup. And, well, he's been on a mission to do that right over the last couple of rounds of the Euro Trophy. He'll be joined on the podium then by Babichkova and Tom Langlois on the podium. As you can see, the Spanish, Czech and French flags flying proudly. Lewis Gilbert, such disappointment from the Scotsman. I mean, despite that, again, you can still hold it up high, you can still be proud of it. Taking a single-seated debut a week ago at the legendary circuit that is Silverstone. To win on circuit today, I mean, again, it's not going to taste as sweet, but still the driving was fantastic. After the results have been confirmed, we're down to Ian for the final podium presentation of the day.
Thank you, Zach. Well, it is not as we expected. It was one of the most spectacular Senior Max finals we have seen in quite a few years. Heartbreak for Lewis Gilbert. And the emotions change here at WACKERSDORF. In the end, it is Jeremy who takes the victory. Unfortunately, the front spoiler was down on Lewis Gilbert's kart. He falls off the podium. A great performance, though, from the Scotsman. We go to the podium. Round 2, the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy in Senior Max here at WACKERSDORF. In 3rd place in the Sodi kart from France, Tom Langlois. 2nd place from the Czech Republic for Dan Holland Racing, Teresa Barbichkova. Well, he did it the hard way, but nobody here at WACKERSDORF would deny him the victory here this afternoon. From the karting club Campeos, the winner here at WACKERSDORF, the Dutchman from Spain. The winner is Jeremy Roivers. And the winning team, Boulevard Power, represented by Max Timmermans. Third place from France in the Sodi Kart, Tom Langlois. Second place from the Czech Republic for Den Holland Racing, Teresa Babičková. The winner of round 2, the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy in Senior Max from Karting Club Campillos. Vamos, Jeremy Roivers! And Max Timmermans representing the winning team, Boulevard Power. The national anthem of Spain. The podium for round 2, the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. Third place, Tom Langlois. Second, Teresa Babičková. And the winner from Campillos in Spain, Jeremy Roivers. What a beautiful weekend here at WACKERSDORF in the Bavarian countryside. It's been a brilliant second round of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy, presented for the third year now by WSK Promotion. 208 drivers from 35 nations around the world here at Pro Kart Raceland WACKERSDORF after the rain-soaked first round at Cremona in Italy. From here, we go to Genk, the home of champions in Belgium. That's on June 28. But on behalf of everyone here in beautiful Bavaria, everyone at WSK Promotion, and everybody at Rotax Karting, thanks for watching. We'll see you at Genk in Belgium. Auf Wiedersehen from WACKERSDORF.